sun burns out. Hey! I'll wait till you come around. 'Cause you're not gonna track me down. I got a lot of things I'm dealing with the blanket on my back. Started to survive and live without this shit, but I know we can get it back. Not that I'm not here for you, you're still my friend. We'll never give that up. I'm sick of all the advice and the arguing, and they never would hurt enough. Hey! You're not gonna drag me down. I can wait till the sun burns out. Hey! I'll wait till you come around. 'Cause you're not gonna drag me down. I know I'm not refined before I make mistakes, but I'm giving it my best. Half my life is fucking up, and the other half is dealing with the mess. I'm sorry if I let you down, I've done all I can, but I'm giving it my best. I know that you're not judging me, you're trying to help, but something's more in less. Hey! You're not gonna drag me down. I can wait till the sun burns out. Hey! I'll wait till you come around. 'Cause you're not gonna drag me down. You might have been something I'm not. You must have said words I forgot. What if it did come crashing down? We still get screams without a sound. Can you feel your life come falling on your face? You're in you when you're like a child. Your mother said face phone. Gotta sing these words out loud. When the drugs wore off,
Good morning. How you guys doing today? Little quiet today. Still waiting on the our good old normies to our regulars to get in here. So, lurkers, good to have you though, and we'll see our usual friends pretty soon here. So I'm kind of bummed. So our babysitter could not end up watching Eli last night, and we didn't find out till like the very last minute. So we ended up having a night in. I could have gone to the show, but you know, social anxiety and stuff. So, yeah. I was like, man, this sucks, but also people. People are a problem. Otherwise, we went around, did some stuff, hung out, um, watched some TV. So we'll wait for the regulars to get here before I do this. But whenever Captain's August come in, I've kind of referenced that I've been working on a song with him. He had debuted a song called "Prelude to a Dream," and I liked it a lot. Um, but the way the recording was, and this is how he's kind of doing the project. It's how they'll likely perform live. It's acoustic guitar, vocals, and drums. So it's just a two-person thing. And I'm of the mind that the two-person thing is always kind of thin sounding and lacks more melody and everything. And I was like, yeah, I like this, but I would love to hear what this would sound like with a little bit more instrumentation. So I did that. And I had fun. It was most fun I've had with music in a while, because oh my god, I have not done much musicking in a long time. And I yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. So when more people get here, when more of the friends get here, I'll go ahead and show that on stream. It'd be nice if Captain Zog was here. I don't know what he's up to, but yeah, I'm pretty excited to show people that song.
Competition would start kicking in.
To the tune of Old MacDonald, I'm so stressed that sunlight hurts. I am God's mistake.
E-I-E-I-O. Good to see you. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there. Lord's and thanks for the resub. Lord's resub messages to the tune of Old MacDonald. I'm so stressed that sunlight hurts. I am God's mistake. Big real feelings, right? And of course, my beautiful wife Glam is over on the couch watching The Simpsons. And my also beautiful son Eli is sitting on the floor, playing with a Luigi doll. I've never seen him play with that, which is funny because that's his Halloween costume. But he was just playing with the Luigi doll. I'm not going to call it his because it's mine. I got that for my birthday from a friend, but I will allow him to play with it. Why? Because I'm an adult, and the only things that I play with are sexual. Because that's what it means to be an adult. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Anyways. So wait for a few more people to get here, and I'll show that track. But yeah, I hope to be doing more music stuff. Like if anybody knows a musician looking for extra instrumentation, it would also be really great if they knew somebody who knew how to mix and master. Because I will fully admit that while I know what sounds good, it's different than actually doing the process of it, because I am not learned in that regard, and the amount of stuff that I get overwhelmed whenever I think, oh, I'm gonna learn how to do really good. I'm gonna learn how to master tracks and all that. And I just get overwhelmed, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not I'm not gonna. We're just gonna not do that because holy shit, no, thank you. But yeah, I kind of can't wait to see people's reaction to it. I added a bass, a lead guitar track, and a electric rhythm track. And then yeah, I went through a couple of redos of the mixing and everything, and I thought I had it one time, and then like I listened to it and I was like, oh, that's, you know, bass is too loud. What the fuck is going on there? I need to put some compression on this shit. So yeah, once I start seeing the usual people here, the usual people. What is wrong with me today? What is wrong with me? So yeah, pretty excited. What the hell? This can't be. Anyways, never mind. Okay. Alright. You caught me. Enzo. There. My posture is now better. Good catch. I'm tired of having headaches from jutting my neck forward. I think I do when I'm really stressed. And then I get a headache, which makes me more stressed. But Enzo, it's good to have you. See here. We got a decent amount of stuff to get into because I'm gonna spend a good amount of time on this court case that Glam has really wanted me to get to. Oh my god. A thing that just popped up that made my brain want to disintegrate upon itself. Like just collapse upon itself, and you know. The emu farmer? Oh, there's been an update to that. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't turn my light on. There we go. There's been an update to the emu farmer story.
Want a bubble tea from Cafe Rima?
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that?
Please tell me the mic picked that up because that was too fucking cute. Yeah, mango.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And with the regular tapioca balls. Appreciate that. Pick what up? What case is Glam wanting you to cover? Oh, hey, little proletariat. So there's this court case going on. I know a lot has happened, but does anybody remember last year when on Christmas Day?
No, it was November 21st.
November 23rd?
Christmas parade, but it was on November 21st.
Oh, okay. Wouldn't that be a Thanksgiving parade then?
No, it was a Christmas parade.
Oh, okay. Anyways, last year in November, there was this guy who drove through a Christmas parade and injured like 60 people and killed how many again?
6.
6? Killed 6 people. He was arrested, and the court case is going on now. And it is crazy. Crazy. Buckle up. We're going to have some fun today. There's, you know, I'm always like never sure how much I want to cover like a court case while it's going on, you know, because a lot can get like taken out and blah 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 blah. Wasn't he being compared to a white supremacist that shot up a store in Buffalo by right wingers? Yeah, because he's black, and it turns out, as it often does, he's on their side, and oh boy, is he on an interesting part of their side. Like it says in the title, he's a sovereign citizen. That was the moment that I was like, oh god, really? Also, the fact that he chose to represent himself. Now, if you know anything about sovereign citizens, you know exactly why that is going to be really goddamn entertaining. He's an idiot. Yes, he is. Oh God, yes. Most sovereign citizens are. They're the living embodiment of Dunning Kruger. He was just escaping from the cops and had a history of being a domestic abuser. But you see, you can't address him as that, for he is not a citizen of the United States. That is not his name. His name is not in all capital letters. Therefore, they have no legal authority over him, and he is not in their jurisdiction under maritime law. Dude thinks he's Saul Goodman. They don't think that they're Saul Goodman. It's far dumber. It's far dumber. Hey, Devil, good to see you. Where my the audit nerds at? Yeah. But yeah, that should be fun later. But now I'm seeing some of the regulars. Let's do this. Like I said, I wish Captain Zog were here. I don't think he is. I think he's probably busy doing something. But if he comes by later, I sent it to him. And at the very least, I'm happy with the way I mixed it last night. I don't have good speakers for mixing, but I did the best I could. Is he part of the Moorish sovereign citizen movement that Hannah Reloaded covered? I don't know. What state is he in?
Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
Or Washington.
Washington? He's in Washington, so I'm not entirely sure. I'm getting bubble tea. Anyways, for those who weren't here, our good buddy, Captain Zog, wanted me when on the last music stream that I did before I, took a break from it because school is kicking my ass and I couldn't keep with that schedule. He wanted to show us a song. He showed us the song that he recorded. It's acoustic guitar, vocals, and drums.
It's Wisconsin, sorry.
Wisconsin? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where the Moorish sovereign citizen movement is. Anyways, so he showed us this track, and I really liked it. And I was like, if you don't have to perform it live like this, a lot of times, musicians don't perform their stuff live in the same way that they do recorded. There's a lot of like extra tracking, extra instrumentation that goes out, and they just find ways around it for a live setting. So I was like, I know it'd be fun. I wanna write some music stuff. So I took the track, I recorded bass, lead guitar, and an electric rhythm to go over top to kind of add a little bit of a melody to it all. And let me show you guys this little debut of the track Prelude to a Dream. I think it's just going by Captain's Log as his project name. Featuring me.
Look to the stars, scattered thoughts across the night sky, and the waves grow and they grow until they consume you, and the waves grow and they grow until they hit the shore. So here's the thing, we have all been living in a dream. We drive this new machine. Will someone tell me what it's like to breathe? 'Cause all of these days we have lived with a bit of confusion, and all of these days we have lived within this illusion. So take all of your alibis and turn them into lullabies. So now and here is the time, and this is the place where we unwind. Picture those for whom which we wait to be the pieces of missing brains and dreams once shared through love and fate. But all those who didn't break and watch these streams just wash away all the rain clouds we have made. Take all of your alibis and turn them into lullabies. I said love is not for the weak, but for all the necessary lullaby. I said love is not for the weak, but for all the necessary lullaby. Take all of your alibis and turn them into lullaby.
All right. What do you guys think? I'm almost leaning towards being like, oh, now the bass is too quiet. I'm like, I don't know. Fuck. Yeah? Like it fills it out a little bit more, you know. I'm playing the bass and all the electric guitar on it. So the kind of rhythm part, and then the like kind of bluesy part, and then the bass is me. Sounds like Death Cab for Cutie. I think Captain's Log would appreciate that comparison. Yeah, like I said, like the original song was really good. It's just I'm like, man, I would love to fill it out more, because like it could be like so much more, because I'm fucking crazy, and you know, also I was like in a desperate mood to do more with music. Still am. Still there. You know, if there's anybody else that has any tracks like this that they want me to play on, by all means, hit me up. Cause fuck. I you know, I don't have the time or patience to we should make a leftist band. Totally down. I don't have the time to like write and nor am I any good at like putting together like drum tracks. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, and a couple quick announcements too. Tomorrow night at I think we said, yeah, 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, I will be doing a thing on Freems's channel. He should just rename himself Streams. Anyways, I'll be doing a thing on Freems's channel. It's a challenge. More Science Temple of America. Okay, I'll check it out in a second. It's a where I'll be getting high, and we'll be doing a if you laugh, you lose challenge while stoned. So that should be a lot of fun. And also on Thursday night, starting at 10, Kamazats is doing, well, only Zats is doing a Halloween stream, and it's going to be a Halloween karaoke, and I got invited on that. So this is all Eastern Standard Time, by the way. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. Freems will probably be if he didn't already, I don't know if he did, because like my feed, my fucking timeline on Twitter is all fucking there's so much MAGA shit on my timeline, and I'm really annoyed by it all. At the same time, it's bait for me because I can't help but tell people how fucking stupid they are. Let's see here. Doesn't look like he hasn't updated the schedule yet. But I don't doubt that he will. So yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. We got fun stuff coming down the pipe. Twitter handle, Freems TV. Freems TTV, I think. Yeah, you little proletariat. You never came across Freems? Like, that's shocking. We have so much crossover. Like, he's been like one of my longer good friends on this platform. Like, me, him, and a number of friends, we created the debate panel format. I'm just kidding. I mean, we kind of were we were among the earlier ones to embrace that. So I guess I'm sorry. All right. So yeah, that's a little bit of the house cleaning there before we get started. Now let's get going. Remember how I said a lot of right-wing shit has been popping up on my timeline now, and I hate it? Here's a perfect example of that. Libs of TikTok has this urologist trying to explain that puberty blockers and hormonal therapy can lead to infertility, which we all know is not true.
Hi, this is Dr. Christie. I just want to give a brief public service announcement. I feel a responsibility as a physician to be honest about puberty blockers and hormonal therapy in teenagers. this can lead to infertility. And I don't know if that's really well known. That means that you would never be able to have your own children. It really is important to go through puberty at your normal sex, as your normal sex, and at your normal rate, and not arrest that process. Give your body time to complete the process before you start changing things that could have long-term implications. So I want you to be smart about it. That's what I'm here for. Help.
Okay, so let's dissect this a little bit, because she pulls a little trick here. She pulls a little trickaroo here, because of course she does. She says puberty blockers and hormonal therapy. Now, puberty blockers on their own does not, in fact, cause infertility. But yes, it is they tell you, like, every trans person who has talked about this has confirmed that they like stress it heavily that when you go on hormone therapy, you could become infertile. Now, specifically, trans women become infertile more so than trans men. They encourage you to freeze your sperm. They you know they make it a point to tell you that you need to do this. Why is the fertility of young children even being focused on? You know why. You know why. Oh, thanks for following me, Little Proletariat. You found me. You found me on the Twitter. Yeah. So they definitely make sure that it's widely known among trans people that this is a possibility, specifically with hormone treatment. Specifically with hormone treatment, not puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are completely reversible. They're completely reversible. You want to know how? You stop taking them, you go through puberty. So what she said is both a lie by omission and a lie by adding in information that proves her point, but isn't. It's sort of like how Joe Rogan was claiming that ivermectin cured him of COVID, when he also was taking actual treatments for COVID. He threw the kitchen sink at it, and it's like, well, you don't actually know that because you were also treating it with things that doctors have actually approved for treating COVID. Chances are the monoclonal antibodies is the thing that cured you, because that's a actual cure. Also, it's really fucking expensive. Just part of the problem. It's insanely expensive. But like, he's like, oh, but I took ivermectin too, so clearly ivermectin did it. So in the same way that Joe Rogan has decided that, throwing the kitchen sink at his COVID cured, caused ivermectin to cure his COVID. Her conclusion is backed up by tying puberty blockers to hormone therapy. Like, you're correct, but only one of those actually does that. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta love it. Gotta love how libs of TikTok just lie. Let's see if I can find. It looks like people are just giving up on trying to like push back against them. Or it's being pushed to the bottom, which is a possibility. So, fuck it. I'll do it. Yeah, can't include that last line. Gotta love it. Let's look at all the nasty comments I get from people who are way too stupid to tackle this subject. Like, you deal with these people all the time, and you know, it's something that it's something to say that, you know, me as a cis dude get tired of dealing with these people. I can only imagine what it's like to be trans and dealing with these fucking morons. 100%. I think this dumbass is saying that no one knows this is a possibility, which it's not. Yeah, like there's no such thing as patient education when you're given any med. And it's not like it's something that's actually absolutely drilled into nursing and doctor curriculum. Like, I totally don't have several several of my my pharmacology class slideshows that literally discuss, after explaining the med, the nursing implications and the education that needs to be provided to the patient. And you can actually be held accountable if you do not provide that education to said patient. You know, if adverse effects were to happen. Like, that's not a thing. Apparently, that's not a thing the healthcare industry does. You know, which would otherwise be known as malpractice. Like, just lying. Just lying. Also, why are you going to a urologist and not a OBGYN? I had one person to prove their point on something I linked to them regarding regarding like the science behind like the biological science behind how gender works, showing how gender is a spectrum. And you know, I looked up the person who wrote the article first because this is a pretty legit article. I read through it. It's very interesting. And this is by Simone D. Sun. And I looked them up, and not only are they trans, they're a PhD candidate and neuroscientist. So, what did this person have to counter me with? This guy named Zach Elliott. And I was like, oh, who is Zach Elliott? So I went and looked him up. He's in his 4th year of college for architecture, and he does graphic design. And he authored a book about how gender is not a spectrum. And like the ways he goes about it is kind of, because I read through the thread. I knew it was bullshit going in when I saw that he's not actually somebody related to science, but you know, let alone healthcare at all. You know, tell me how to build a building. Don't tell me how biology works. I'll leave that to the neuroscience with the PhD candidate, if you don't mind me. I'll leave it up to the assload of studies that show how wrong you are. Like, what he does is he tries to nitpick certain things in order to say that it's not necessarily true that this gene works in this way, but it can be. But she's lying because it's not 100% how this works, and dissects each part as if the argument within the article isn't that they work in tandem. She breaks it up into 3 sections where she discusses several different genes and chromosomes and how they actually work to form gendered characteristics. Yeah. It's a big fail on his part. He basically says like, well, if one of these things can exist like this and not cause these results, therefore wrong. And it's like, yeah, but what if they all work in tandem? Then what? What if even 2 of the 3 work in that way? Guess what? And believe me, this isn't like, I want to be careful to acknowledge that transmedicalism is a thing, and I'm not saying that this is. But it is a really interesting article that kind of explains a little bit towards how the brain works and how the body works and how these sorts of things can be connected. And this person just goes ahead and just is like, you know, I don't know, I know how to build buildings, and I went ahead and I just dissected it as someone who doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So my reply to this guy was basically, you know, okay, so on the one hand, you got a PhD candidate neuroscientist who dedicated their whole life to studying this. On the other hand, you have a right-wing grifter who is a architecture student. Who am I going to listen to on this subject? I don't know. They always pull this shit out. Anyways, we should probably get an update on shit that Kanye has said. I'm sure he's getting better. I'm sure he's getting better.
They'll say you're homophobic, and so I empathize with the position of the straight white male. And part of the reason why I empathize with that position is because I know that I'm headed to that position. And what position that is? Top power position.
Oh my God.
let it be known that I've kind of figured out how Kanye goes about this as far as like when he's about to say something really fucked up. He always starts it with, "They'll call you this," and then he'll say exactly the reason why they call him that. They'll call you anti-Semitic, but the Jews run the world, and we need to do something about that. It's like, yeah, that's because that's really anti-Semitic. Dude, seriously, go to therapy. Take your pills, please. Medicate yourself. We're gonna wake up one day, and Kanye is gonna have committed suicide, and all the right wingers are gonna be making conspiracy theories about it, and we're gonna be like, his mental health was declining, and you guys were encouraging it. You cannot be shocked by this. This is literally the results of your actions. We kept telling you that he was having a mental break, and no one was getting him to seek any help. And you guys kept encouraging him, and we're like, hey, Kanye needs help. And because he was saying the things you like, you just didn't do that. So, look forward to that. It's gonna be sad when it happens. I hope it doesn't. But at the very least, I feel like we're gonna find out one day that that his handlers closest to him had to prevent him from killing himself.
Eli.
Because yeah. That dude is not doing well. Oh, food's almost stuff's almost here. Anyways, little update on the emu thing. So I saw this thread. This girl talking about the emu thing, you know, in a very funny way. So this is how she says she goes about it. Explaining the emu drama over the last week, like, no, babe, there are 2 TikTok emu girls. The cool one has the mean emu. The racist one is the one who kept kissing her emu after the rest of her farm birds got bird flu. Here's the twist. He didn't even have bird flu. It was stress. No, babe, even though he doesn't have bird flu, a lot of people are still mad at the racist emu girl for being racist and for kissing a possibly sick bird. No, yeah, a bunch of bird experts told her not to get close like that, but she refused to wear a mask because it scared the emu. Yeah, babe, so everyone would have been super pissed if we had another devastating pandemic because this girl wouldn't stop kissing her sick emu. Also, do not confuse the unproblematic emu girl's naughty emu with her other emu, who is perfect and wears little cute outfits. Now, that said, where did the correction that that the problems with that emu is coming from stress? Where did that come from? It came only from the racist girl.
Eli.
And then where she's like, no. He somehow managed to evade the flu that wiped
Eli,
out every
here.
single chicken on my farm. See, he's not able to operate one of his legs because of Eli, get out of there. Hey, get out of there. No.
Here, baby.
No. Sorry. Anyways, so essentially, her proof is, trust me, bro. When have I ever lied about anything? Excuse me if I'm not convinced. You're an unreliable source. You're an unreliable narrator to this whole thing. So don't sit there and tell me that hey,
Eli,
get out of there. Leave those alone.
come here.
Eli,
Come here.
stop.
Come here.
Jesus.
Why are you being so bad?
Is determined to break everything in the house. I'm convinced. But yeah, so don't trust that lady
Don't go back over there.
because she's not exactly forthright in her information. She's just kind of saying no, you know you're not supposed to touch that. Eli, I swear. No.
Come here.
Oh man. Anyways, so yeah, don't trust her that the
Eli.
drinks got dropped off. Don't trust her on this. That it's because of stress, because she's not reliable. God, I hope that she's not the cause of another pandemic. Anyways, moving on. You guys remember how back when Trump got elected and like all the alt-right were super happy because they were winning, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna take over the country, and we're pretending to not be Nazis while also being Nazis and encouraging Nazis. And they would say things like, you know, the classic Paul Joseph Watson tweets. You know, he was the one that, you know, said the right is getting better at comedy and the left is getting nervous, even though that was not true at all. They have always sucked at comedy and they still suck at comedy. And my favorite one, as an old punker at this point of my life, is the right is the new punk rock. That one bothered me. But it's all based off the notion that they were pushing at the time. You remember that. You know, are you offended? Fuck your feelings. All that nonsense that they kept pushing about how the left was just getting offended by everything because, God forbid, we, you know, respect people and not treat them like dog shit because they're different than the norm. Yeah. And so, according to Paul Joseph Watson, because we pointed out them being shitty human beings to people, they were the new counterculture and the new punk rock. Never mind the fact that it's hard to be the counterculture when you're literally the people who have been in power for the majority of the time. Like, a lot of the common knowledge on trans people is wrong. Is 100% wrong. But it's the common knowledge and agrees with the conservative worldview. In other words, hey, maybe that's not how that works. Well, I bring this up because the fuck your feelings, are you offended, Trump that bitch, you're afraid of offensive jokes, people are offended by something, and let's also remember the conservative atheism push that was backed up by people like Paul Joseph Watson. It's perfect to illustrate that fact out too. Yeah, they're offended because a trans singer played a keyboard with her penis. Okay. Yeah. So it's weird how this keeps happening. You know, they're exactly what we constantly say they are, which is perpetually offended and perpetually aggrieved. This idea that they're the perfect example of the toughest people and their perfect masculinity. They're not afraid of anything, and they're not afraid to be a little offended. It's the left, you see, that are always offended by everything. Meanwhile, every other day, they're outraged and offended by yet another thing, and it usually has to do with trans people. So, we're offended by their intolerance and hate and their active legislation to harm a specific group of people that they claim it's not bigoted. It's not bigoted for them to do this. All they're doing is using the law to target a specific group of people to make sure that they're further marginalized. They're doing that every other day. Shit, not even every other hour. Shit, they're coming up with a new law to do that. We're offended by that. What they're offended by? People existing. People just doing a thing for, yeah, shock value. Okay, yeah. So she played a keyboard with her dick on TV in Europe. Anybody remember when when Drew Barrymore on national television flashed her tits at David Letterman? And people were talking about it, but they weren't this offended by it. They didn't start going after people like Drew Barrymore. They didn't start targeting alcoholics because she was an alcoholic at the time. Well, she's, addict, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Will Skeptic. This picture on here that Paul Joseph Watson is offended by. Yeah. I seem to not remember that. I remember them absolutely burying yeah, boobs are okay. I seem to remember them absolutely burying Janet Jackson over the wardrobe malfunction, which didn't even actually show her tit. And pretty much letting the white guy who was involved in it go, because he was the one that actually pulled the thing off, and not Janet Jackson, who got the brunt of criticism. But other than that, I wonder why she got all the criticism. It's not like she was a part of a marginalized community at all. Oh, wait. Like, there was plenty of, concern at the time about Drew Barrymore. It's like, oh, she needs to get her life together. She needs to get off all those drugs. And it's like, well, I mean, yeah. And then you see over time. And this is a time when we were offended by a whole fuck ton more. Not racism, by the way. But we were offended by things like Mortal Kombat. We were creating rating systems for video games because they were violent. Okay. How do you play the keyboard with your penis? I don't know. I can't look it up on stream, obviously. Are you saying that you typed that with your penis? Good lord, little proletariat. Lee, good to see you. So yeah. It's always hilarious. And it's also doubly hilarious that Paul Joseph Watson was one of the people pushing the conservative atheism movement. And now he's like, this is demonic manifestation. Okay. Okay. Hey, new atheists, we told you all along that they weren't ever going to accept you and that you should probably listen to the left on this. Another case in point, here's Lauren Boebert.
We are created equal. We're not the same. Women are the lesser vessel, and we need masculinity in our lives to. We are created equal. We're not the same. Women are the lesser vessel, and we need masculinity in our lives to balance that that so-called weakness. You know, just us being more frail and needing that strength in our life. We are.
All right. All right. So, Lauren, since you see women as the quote lesser vessel, why are you in a leadership position? Why are you in federal office? Why isn't your husband?
Stop.
That's the thing that these people never realize when they come out and push these worldviews. You know, oh, women need to be subservient to men. So says I, woman who is literally the breadwinner of the family, because I have a high-powered media career to tell people about how women need to, you know, stay at home barefoot and pregnant, while I am not doing that at all. Yeah. Hey, Lauren, why don't you lead by example? Why don't you have your pedo ass husband run for office instead and be like, I'm giving up my seat to my husband so that I can be a stay at home mom, so that I can live by my Christian values.
Stop.
The woman's place is in the home. So says person who is never in her home with her kids. It's almost like they're hypocrites. Almost. It's almost like they want that for the working class. Normal Joes need to deal with that shit that, you know, doesn't work. Not her. She's rich, you see. She's allowed to get away with it. Eli, get out of there. No. Get out of there.
Come here, baby.
Hey. Eli. Pay attention. Go. Alright. Gotta love it.
Eli, no.
Hey! No. What did I just tell you?
Come here.
Get out of there. No. Don't push that over. Don't go behind it either. No. Leave it here. Leave it alone.
Oh my god.
What? Is he still back there? Eli, no. No. Mama's gonna come get you. Mm-hmm. My dad once told me you're a fucking tumor in my ass, but I love you to death. Sorry about that. It's the only way to get his attention because he doesn't listen.
I'm coming.
It's the only way to get his attention, and he thinks pulling him away
Come
is fun.
Come here.
Thinks it's a game. Yeah. Anyways, what?
No. No. No.
Hey, no. What are you doing? What did we tell you?
I'm going.
Alright. Get Eli a small puppy to play with? Yeah, when we have the money and the time to train it.
This is not a game. Stay from back there. Eli! No, I'm not playing. Stop it. Stop. This isn't. I'm not playing.
Anyways, Captain's Log. I played the track earlier. Also, this would be a good time to chill. I'm almost to the point where I'm like, live-in nanny. God, I wish I had the money for a live-in nanny. Parenting is hard.
Eli!
But yeah, support the channel, sub to the channel, donate to the channel, whatever you got, if you got it to spare. Greatly appreciated and helps out to pay the bills. Hey! Stop! We're not being funny. You're gonna hurt yourself. Or you're gonna knock that over into my guitars and break one of them.
No.
And this is why on days that Glam is not here, he goes over to the babysitters. Is he going to school soon? He's 2. We've got another year or 2 before he can go to school. And now he's crying because we won't let him do what he wants. It's almost like we warned you and you didn't listen. I hate yelling at him too, but I'm like 90% sure that he's got my ADHD. Can you and Glam afford preschool? I think it's provided here. I'm not entirely sure. If not, we'll figure out a way. But yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, Captain's Log. What did you think of the mix of that track? I'm trying so hard to not go back at it and turn up the bass a little bit more because like I feel like bass needs to be a little louder to fill it out a little bit more because it just sounds a little thin now. But yeah, we plan on looking into that when he's old enough to go, but he's not old enough to go right now. He's like just 2, you know? Turned 2 this month. Okay, anyways. We're going to cover this next thing because it's important, and then we'll get to talking about the very weird shit going on in the courtrooms right now at work, and I can listen soon. All right, word. No problems. No rush. I'm excited. So, you may have seen takes going around talking about how student debt cancellation is not actually going to happen. Due to a number of the lawsuits being pushed by conservative states, of course, they got to ruin everything. This is not a Biden problem. In fact, Biden is actually doing everything he can to keep student debt cancellation continuing. So as far as we know, according to the education secretary, student debt cancellation will happen, is going to continue in spite of all these lawsuits and them there being a temporary hold on them. So let's dig into the story a little bit further. Head of Education Department pledged Saturday to keep moving full speed ahead on plans to implement President Joe Biden's student debt relief program, coming a day after a federal appeals court put a temporary hold on it, barring the administration from canceling loans covered under the policy while it's under review. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona doubled down on the administration's commitment to providing student debt relief in an op-ed published Saturday, and encouraged those eligible to continue applying through the live online application. Amid some Republicans trying every which way to block the Biden administration's debt relief program, the department is moving full speed ahead with preparations for the lawful implementation of our program so we can deliver relief to borrowers who need it most. So all these lawsuits are frivolous? I mean, of course they are. But at the same time, so was the lawsuit that overturned Roe v. Wade. Already 22 million people have provided the department with the necessary information we need to review their eligibility for student debt relief. We encourage borrowers to continue to apply for debt relief at studentaid.gov. And in a pairing video posted to Twitter, Cardona referred to the baseless lawsuits put forward by Republican-led states to stonewall the program. Cardona stressed that nearly 90% of the debt relief plan's benefits would go to those making less than $75,000 a year, according to estimates from the Education Department. He also highlighted the arguments of Republicans who, Cardona claimed, did not file lawsuits when they reaped the benefits of the Paycheck Protection Program loans from the federal government. It's only when relief is going to working and middle-class Americans that these elected officials have a problem. True. This program will help borrowers by providing relief following the economic disruptions caused by the pandemic. President Biden and this administration will never stop fighting for the millions of hardworking students and borrowers across the country, no matter how many elected officials or lawsuits try to stop us. So here's the thing. Some of the takes that I've seen is a bunch of like Jimmy Dore fans getting in people's Twitter threads who are like upset that this is happening and are like not sure if they should blame Biden or not. Just pushing the no, blame all the Democrats. This was the plan all along. You see, it was a conspiracy theory to push for popular policy and then take it away less than 2 weeks from the election. Otherwise known as the dumbest plan ever. That would be political suicide for them to do. Democrats are stupid and bad at politics, yes. They're not that stupid. They're not that bad at politics. Like, if you literally look at what they talk about here, this is why he got this press release out. He's like, no, we're not giving up. This isn't the plan all along. They wouldn't be encouraging people to continue to sign up if that were the case. they would be doing things like, saying, oh, well, we're going to go ahead and accept the hold until after the election, where hopefully we can get legislation passed through Congress, and that'll make it more difficult for them to challenge this in court. So vote blue. They're not doing that. They're like, no, 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 we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to be pushing further to make sure that this happens. So this is one of those instances where good job, Joe Biden and his administration. Small wins. We have to be smart about this. Don't believe the Jimmy Dore fans. This was not the plan all along. This is literally them forced to do it by the court, and they wouldn't still be pushing people to still apply for it if it was just somehow not going to happen as a part of a secret plan by the crazy evil plotting Democrats. Be smarter. Be smarter. The left is supposed to be smart. We're supposed to be educated. What the fuck? In retrospect, boba tea is probably the worst thing to have while on stream. Because I can take a drink. Yeah, that's fine. Take a quick drink. And then I gotta chew the boba. So I apologize. Sean, good to see you. That is my mistake. I might have to just let my boba tea sit until after neighbor kid's here. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. The neighbor kids came to tell me that our friend's dog is out, and she's not home, and her uncle doesn't live there anymore. So we don't know what to do because she didn't bother training that dog. So, and he's a he's a big dog, so he's hard to wrangle. And I'm like, I don't know what to do either. I can't really get him to do much. Like, he's fast, and I told them, I was like, yeah, don't try to grab him. We'll figure something out. But hey, Freems, I made the announcement earlier about Monday. That's gonna be a lot of fun. and people are gonna learn really fast why I don't get high in stream, because like it'll work with me talking to like other people, but if I was doing it on my own, there would be so many times that I'd just be like, what? Because I am the spaciest dude on weed, but that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, the goal is to be stoned. Yeah, so that'll be fun. That'll be fun. I look forward to it. I've got plenty of weed to keep me going. The only thing that sucks is like if I need to re-up or anything like that, I have to go outside in order to do it because, baby. But small price to pay for good fun. If you don't know what I'm talking about, tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll be on Freems' stream. I did that earlier. Frames, change your name to Streams so that I can actually get your name right. And we'll be doing a get stoned and if you laugh you lose challenge, which I will lose immediately. But we'll have fun. We'll have fun. Knowing me, I'll forget that I'm not supposed to laugh and then laugh. I expect there to be some good shit too. But yeah, back to what I was talking about. Yeah. Do not take this as an example of a failure from the Biden administration. This is Republicans actively blocking something. And if the if they're still encouraging you to sign up for it, they have every intention to follow up with that promise. What you the signs that they don't actually care about a policy is when it's challenged slightly by Republicans and they just go, well, after like attempting once. That's how you know that the policy, they didn't care all that much about the policy. Even then, we got to remember these are popular policies and it's political suicide to pretend like you were going to do them and then be like, I don't know, just damn it, we tried, I don't know, fuck it, can't do it now. They got angry. Oh no. They're actively publicly challenging this ruling. Okay.
Eli, I'm not kidding. Come on.
Let's talk about Darrell Brooks. So,
Eli, come on.
Darrell Brooks is the guy who drove his car through the Christmas parade last year in Wisconsin. And at the time when it was found out that he was not white, because of course we all assumed that it was a white nationalist terrorist, because it usually is. Unlike, what they assumed, we thought, oh, you just want to blame white people for everything, and it's like, no, it's because white people are specifically white dudes, especially right wingers, are usually the ones to do this. Like, it's not that we it's not that we're like hating black men or anything. Eli, let Mama sit down. Let Mama sit down. Baby, you okay? Maybe just play with him. He wants to play. Let him play. Like, play with him. Maybe it'll put you in a better mood. Anyways, wasn't he being compared to Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't know. I don't think so. It's possible, but they also used the example. They tried to say that he was BLM and all that because he's black. And guess what? Guess what? While we were not correct on him being a white nationalist, while we were not correct on him being, white in general, just because you see a black person, don't assume that he's on the left. Because he's not. Turns out, he's a sovereign citizen. And okay, let me tell you how this went down that caused me to want to cover this. So, Glam really wanted me to cover it, and she mentioned it earlier. She's like, yeah, this is a really crazy trial. And I was like, oh yeah? I have interest. I'm not sure if it'll work for the stream, but I'm like, maybe we'll do that. That could be a quick little thing we cover. I don't want to tell her no. Because it's a big thing that happened and got largely ignored, and it's worth talking about. But I don't like talking about trials, because a lot of times the stuff that happens during trials, there's a lot of bullshit that happens during trials that ignores, that distracts away from the conclusion of said trial. And it's a pain in the ass. Like, there are streamers who cover it, and I don't have any issues with them covering it. They'll sit there with, they're covering the Kyle Rittenhouse trial and blah, 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 blah. I wasn't going to do that because, like I said, most of it's bullshit, and I don't find it all that entertaining. And, dissecting every single word that is said and every fidget that they make and blah, blah, blah is like, come on. It's just not something I enjoy doing. So why am I covering this? Like I said, he was a sovereign citizen. Glam looked at me the other day, and she asked me the question. I was playing guitar, okay, and I finished the song, and she goes, Mark, what is a sovereign citizen? And I turned around slowly, rubbed my temples a little bit, and told her to prepare herself. And then I showed her collections of videos of sovereign citizens in court. And I was like, they do this shit all the time. They are a giant waste of time. They're convinced that it works because it sometimes confuses small town judges. But it never does. They always wind up having to do the thing, plus having to pay for the amount of time they wasted, / going to jail for contempt of court, adding on to their sentence and adding on to what they owe the state. For the uninitiated, sovereign citizens are usually dudes. Like, come on, they're all dudes. Is this an Admiralty Court? I do not consent. Same song and dance. Yeah, more or less. An attempt at legalese while not understanding how to actually use legalese. For the uninitiated, the people who are sovereign citizens, it's all dudes. It's all dudes. They believe that anything in the Constitution doesn't technically apply to them, and that they don't recognize the laws of the state as being legitimate because they did not consent to be citizens of this country.
Eli,
And because they did not consent
no.
to being citizens of this country,
Eli,
they
no.
believe that they don't have to actually abide by those laws. They play all sorts of games with it all. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's gonna be fun. Weird thing to say, but I'm so glad I started smoking weed. Anyways. So, their belief is that every court in the country is based off is a maritime court, and therefore, because they do not operate off of maritime law, they don't have jurisdiction over them. They believe that because their names on social security cards and licenses and on court documents is spelled in all capital letters, and also, you know, birth certificates and stuff like that, that it is not their actual name legally. That they think they have a legal loophole in that not actually being them. Also, being named a citizen, they call themselves, they're not a citizen, they're not a person in accordance to the law, they are an individual. A lot of the things that sovereign citizens will say are things like, you know, I am not that person, I am the individual who happens to have this name. And the most often one of the most often things that they get punished for is driving without a license, because they do not think that you have to abide by those laws, and that they are not actually driving per definition. They were traveling and happened to be operating the vehicle. Therefore, a driver's license does not apply to them because they were not driving. See how stupid that is? It's like that clip of Jordan Peterson we watched the other day, where he's arguing about, you know, well, it depends on what you mean. You asked me if I believe in God. It depends on what you mean by if, and it depends on what you mean by do, and if it depends on what you mean by believe. Like, it's that sort of pseudo-intellectual bullshit. There are people that think they understand that they're if Dunning-Kruger syndrome were people. Like, if you could inject Dunning-Kruger into people to the nth degree, that is what sovereign citizens are. They are nuts. Let's watch an example just to drill it home. We'll probably find the thing that I played the other day.
Eli, get off my blanket.
Next, we're in Charleston, West Virginia for a pretrial hearing.
I'm here.
Henry T. Eldon. Henry T. Eldon. Henry T. Eldon.
Henry T. Eldon is in the courtroom, but he is refusing the magistrate's order to come forward to the defendant's table.
I have called him thrice. I have no response. Get up here in this seat right now.
That's right, the judge called him thrice. Eldon is facing multiple charges, including fraudulent official proceedings and fraudulent service of indebtedness related to falsely filing claims with the court. Today he's joined in the courtroom by a friend who's recording the proceedings on his cell phone and getting involved himself.
The reason why they always record their court appearances is so they can throw it up on YouTube and be like, see, he got out of it because he pointed out something he was completely correct on. There exist videos of people pulling this shit. And like I said earlier, this is a thing that temporarily delays smaller courts who maybe the judge leans libertarian and they're like, I don't know, maybe he has a point here. Or they just are completely blindsided by the entire thing and they're like, hey, wait a minute, we need to check on that to make sure that this is not going to cause problems later. All it does is delay the inevitable, and it gets added onto whatever sentence they wind up having. You can find clips of people standing in front of a judge and walking out of there after pulling this nonsense. You absolutely can find those. If you follow up and see what happened to them afterwards, you'll find out that there's a news story talking about how they wasted the court's time and how they were later arrested again and then held in contempt of court. Because eventually these judges get sick of their bullshit and, you know, do what they do. I hate that these sovereign citizens actually make me root for the fucking judge. Seriously. I think Hannah Reloaded said that sovereign citizens also aren't the best parents and also come in conflict with CPS. Of course. Of course. They don't... If you believe that the laws do not apply to you, if you believe that the laws do not have any jurisdiction over you, you're going to operate off of, you know, lawlessness. Another thing that they... this won't be surprising. Another thing they get picked up for, you may have heard some allusion to it, about, you know, not paying things. Yeah, they don't pay their taxes.
Competition would start kicking in.
Hey chat, hey Mark.
Hey, Portside's good to see you. Thank you for the 9 months. Hey, there's that Twitch baby. I don't know why I did that. I'm cringe personified. And I'm okay with it. Anyways, there's a Moorish sovereign that works at the Home Depot. I never realized that the Moroccan flag was so way too dang. Moroccan flag? Am I gonna have to look that up? I name our Twitch baby Horus, the god of death. That I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Anyways, let's play more of this.
I'm a witness.
It's entertaining.
Okay, what I'm saying is he is present, and he's chosen not to step up there. He's asking not for an appointed lawyer. He doesn't need an attorney.
So you're acting in effect.
I'm not acting. I'm a witness. This is American National.
American National is another nod to the sovereign citizen movement that both he and the defendant identify with. Eventually, Eldon does respond to the magistrate, Ward Harshbarger, but still refuses to come forward.
The court reporter has to be established before anything can proceed.
Well, okay, well, get up in your seat now, and we will wait for that. We have some preliminary thing.
We're all waiting for the court reporter to be...
Do it now. All right, this is State versus Henry C. Eldon Jr. Mr. Eldon, I need to have a seat at the defendant's table.
For the record, I'm a witness.
Sit down. You sit down and not say another word.
Seemingly getting more aggravated, the magistrate turns to his courtroom deputy for assistance.
May I have permissions?
You may have a seat right there. You may have a seat right there.
Eldon finally gets up to the stand before the judge, but it won't be for long.
You are going to be held in contempt.
Mr. Eldon, would you just stand up and please turn around and place your hands behind your back, if you would?
And who are you? And do you have a warrant, a signed warrant?
I do not have a warrant. I've just been made aware by the judge that he wants me to take you into custody for obstructing judicial process, okay?
But before the magistrate had the defendant arrested and cuffed, he pulls a final move out of every parent's playbook and counts to 3.
1. Have a seat. 2. Have a seat, please.
I would like to speak, and I have information to present. I don't know how I'm instructing.
Last warning. Get in the seat and we'll proceed.
Again, locked in a stalemate, the magistrate decides to just get down to business.
Judges, for some reason, because the sovereign citizens are usually very, very white and very, very dudes. Judges have a tendency of giving them a lot of time and a lot of patience that they wouldn't otherwise give to, say, someone with a darker complexion, which is interesting. Although you can find plenty of judges who are just like sick of their bullshit and will just like steamroll the fuck out of them. Which is what you should do to people like that. They are wasting everyone's time. Look, I have plenty of issues with our judicial system. You know, I talk about it all the damn time. What happens to sovereign citizens is not one of them.
How do you plead?
I would like to see your oath of office. I'd like to see your letter accepting and acknowledging your office. And I would like to see the same for the prosecuting attorney. And to know the names of everyone in this room. I need that before I understand what's going on, sir.
So the answer, and I will answer for him, is not guilty. Okay?
I haven't made any plea, nor should you make one
All
for
right.
me. I don't accept that.
Okay.
I don't accept
Well,
anything that's
whether
happened
you
here today.
accept it or not,
I
Mr.
did not
Allen,
in your own
you
position.
may escort him out. Court is adjourned.
The court
That's a
wouldn't
judge
confirm
that's
the
sick of his
details,
shit.
But according to Eldon, he did not appear for his next court hearing and was arrested on a bench warrant and served 2 weeks in jail. He also says the original fraudulent service and fraudulent official proceedings charges against him were later dropped. Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
Yeah, that's the type of shit that you can expect. Sovereign cits are ANCAP stupidity in full force. The idea that they can reform the entire judicial system as an individual. Yeah, that's weird. Here's the one we watched the other day. These are entertaining.
We're in Placerville, California, for the arraignment of 39-year-old Asher Edwards.
Pay attention to what this guy's charges are, by the way. Like, it's one of those things where, like, we laugh at these people, but in the case of this guy and also Daryl Brooks, remember, they killed and injured people. Do not forget that.
Hello, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Edwards' demeanor may seem pleasant, but just a few days earlier, his alleged behavior was anything but. He was charged with making terrorist threats, assault with a deadly weapon, and obstructing peace officers after a domestic disturbance escalated into a 2-day police standoff.
Mr. Edwards, this is the time and place set for your arraignment. Do you consent to have an arraignment by video conference?
Sir, is this an Maritime Admiralty Law courtroom that we're processing me through?
No, it's not.
Edwards considers himself a sovereign citizen who lives as a free man, as they like to say, under common law as established by the Founding Fathers. Maritime Admiralty
Hey,
law
Jowler,
that
good to
he's
see you.
referencing is the law of the sea and international commerce, a body of law that sovereign citizens believe to be the foundation of the country's modern legal system, which they reject.
This is not a Maritime Admiralty Law courtroom. I believe so.
No.
Absolutely, it is. All courtrooms in this country are Maritime Admiralty Law courtrooms that process people, aren't they?
Nope. You're wrong.
That's false information. Well, either way, this courtroom is trying to process me as state property. You see this fictitious.
See, I like how this judge handles the situation. You'll see why.
Name statement, Asher Edwards, spelled in all capital letters. This is not my name.
Edwards is referring to another sovereign belief that beginning at birth, one is issued a government identity, meaning one's name is spelled in all capital letters, such as on a birth certificate or social security card, and that doesn't represent one's true or free self.
They're truly the most insufferable morons. Like, they're the perfect example of too much confidence and not enough intellectual capability. Like, they are just insufferable people. Wonder if anyone has traced the sovereign citizen movement back to where it started. I'd be interested. I'm sure it definitely doesn't have anything to do with, you know, the Confederacy or anything like that. I'm sure they're not just all a bunch of racists who want to bring back slavery and the Confederacy, talking about the South with red skin. I'm certain that's not the case here, because if that was... Hi, Rastafarian, good to see you.
Name was issued to me without my consent, and you cannot legally process me through this courtroom with this without this name in all capital letters. That was issued.
Problem is, bud, they don't need your consent. All they needed was your legal guardian or parent's consent, which they had. Who was your legal guardian? Your parent. So when you were born, your parents did consent to that, because you, as an infant, as a newborn, could not consent for yourself. If you're saying that they should reject anything that you could not consent to, you did not consent to being born. You did not consent to having your umbilical cord removed. A lot of things that you did not consent to in that regard. Would you like to undo all of those things? I might save everybody a little bit of time, is all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not in Roblox. In Roblox, obviously. I was in court and a sovereign citizen showed up for a case. The judge just shut it down. I want nothing to do with him. Probably have dealt with those people before. I can tell that this judge has dealt with these people before. Or at the very least, he just is like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, no one consents to being born. Absolutely.
Issued without my consent. My name is spelled Asher Edwards, first capital, all lowercase. Edwards, first capital, all lowercase. And this is the birth name given to me by my parents, protected by the Constitution of the United States.
Even as Edwards grows louder and more animated, the judge appears to take it all in stride and even allows the defendant
Hang on, let me
to
turn it
finish
up
his
for you
rant.
guys.
Therefore, it is illegal for you to process me through this courtroom, so you guys have to figure out something else to do with it.
But this judge is all business, so figuring out something else to do with Edwards is not in his plans.
Court will enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. Will show time is not waived. We'll set this matter for pre-preliminary hearing within the statutory period.
And I would like to see the gun. It said I had a gun. I've never had a gun.
As Edwards continues his rant about the alleged gun, the judge reaches for his own weapon of choice, the mute button.
There are
Do not speak while I am speaking, sir.
Edwards continues to plead his case, but to no avail.
The amount of like subtle disrespect. Like he's not threatening him with violence. He's not, you know, threatening to throw him out or anything like that. He's not shouting over him. He's just like, I do not care for you, sir. I do not care for you here. I do not care for you there. I do not care for you anywhere. I do not care for you under the sun. I do not care for you. Not even a one. I do not care for you in a box. I do not care for you in with a fox. Kindly shut your fucking mouth. I'm talking. Yep. The reason I like how this judge handled him is like he didn't like overstep any sort of authority and like cause any injury or anything. He's just like, shut up. Like, I don't have time for you. I have a long fucking day. I don't want to be here. You know, I just want to get this over with. None of my court cases are interesting or fun, and you are making this so much worse. I have no patience for you.
Court will set bail in the amount of $72,500. Next matter.
Bye.
Asher Edwards would later be found guilty of all the charges and sentenced to 1 year in prison. Next, we go to a bond hearing in Broward County. Judge John Hurley presiding.
Oh, Broward's
The
in
defendant is
Florida.
David
I thought that was
Hall,
in-
a sovereign citizen who basically believes that certain laws don't apply to him.
Mr. Hall has declined the services of the public defender, Your Honor.
Hall is here for driving under the influence and driving with a suspended license.
He was traveling.
Mr. Hall,
He was not
DUI,
driving.
Expired driver's license.
Good morning, Judge.
As soon as the judge attempts to read the charges, Hall begins interrupting.
Sir,
This
I
judge
haven't
has a
said
little
for
fun
the
with
court
him.
how I'm appearing today,
Well,
sir.
I'm not asking you yet. Just give me a moment, all right? I need to look at your record.
Turns out Hall is currently out on bond for 2 previous charges of driving with a suspended license. But that's not going to stop him from trying to make his case.
Sir, today I'm appearing as the agent and settler for David Hall.
Okay. Okay. Could you get Mr. Hall for me then, sir? Where is he?
I go by that name, sir. My name sounds exactly like the defendant's, and I'm here to settle that matter today.
So are you and David Hall one and the same person?
I'm not a person, I'm an individual. David Hall is a person. I am a private individual.
Hall's legalese is unconventional, to say the least, but the judge allows him to continue.
May I say something else for the record, sir?
Go ahead, sir.
I appear here today as the settler, agent, not the person, the individual. And I don't think I should. You understand the
So you're
difference
the
between a
settler,
person and an
you're the
individual.
agent, and you're the individual, but you're not the person. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
I'm going to write that down.
Judge Hurley is unfazed by Hall's attempt at a Jedi mind
Watch
trick. and
this judge have fun
begins
with
to
this.
turn the tables.
Here's what we're going to do. The settler, the agent, the individual, and maybe even the person, David Hall, has been charged with DUI. So today, the court's going to set the settler, the agent, the individual's bond, and even the person's bond today at $10,000 because the settler, the agent, the individual, and the person continues to drive without a driver's license.
Hall's new bond is $10,000, but because this charge is a violation of his original bond, all versions of David Hall must remain in jail unless he can come up with the cash.
Both cases will cause the settler, the agent, the individual, and even the person, David Hall, not to be able to be released from the Broward County Jail until further notice of the court. So,
May I post bond, sir?
Now it's Judge Hurley's turn to have some fun.
well,
Is there any other-
Are you asking me as the settler, the agent, the individual, or are you asking me as the person?
Sir, I'm asking as the individual appearing before you today, the
Wait, who are you
opportunity.
speaking on behalf of right now?
Sir, I don't understand that question. I believe that you're trying to confuse me now. I'm not the person, sir.
Okay, when
I am
you
not
see the
the
person,
person.
David Hall, tell him he's not leaving jail either, all right? Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Down the middle. Let's roll.
You see a little smirk at
Next,
the
we're
end.
at the Cheshire County Courthouse in Keene, New Hampshire. Court is
Uh,
currently in recess.
which voice in your head is addressing me right now? Yeah, like they think that they're sounding like so intelligent and skirting the law, but they always end up sounding like they're schizophrenic in the worst possible way. That dude in the back just laughing to himself. Yeah, they're just a lot of these people are just like, man, fuck me. Like you ever work a service job and get someone so goddamn stupid with their complaint that you just you can't help it, you just laugh at them. You don't want to be mean, You don't want to be mean, but you're sitting there and going, how? How? how are you the way that you are? I made a TikTok recently about that. Follow me on TikTok. Where I was answering the question about name some of the dumbest things that a customer said to you when you worked a service job, and I brought up when I worked at a oil change place how I had a lady. We like nothing came on her up on her stick. The stick was burnt. No, this is in the summer, by the way, and the oil came out, you know, not looking great. Very, very dark. Very, very clumpy. And so that usually requires us to ask something and warn them about the condition of their car, because it was a fairly new car, and you can really damage your car that way. And she told us that she changes her oil whenever she runs out of windshield washer fluid, because she thought that's what she was supposed to do. Remember what I just said. This is in the summer. The least likely time that you're going to be using windshield washer fluid. And when the temperatures are the hottest they can be all year. And it was 90 something degrees out. It took everything within my being to not laugh in that lady's face. And I just told her, no, that is not how that works. Ma'am, when the little indicator comes up that says, change your oil now, that is when you change your oil. Now, you can push it a little bit, but you can't go this far over, because then you will destroy your engine. I'm like, you will have to replace your entire engine to your vehicle. Thousands of dollars worth of damage. I'm like, your washer fluid has nothing to do with the operations of your vehicle. All it does is clear your windshield so you can see. Safety measure, sure. Necessary, sure. But in order to keep your car running, change your oil when your car tells you to change your damn oil. Yeah. I love that story. I still can't believe. I I sometimes tell stories from my life, and I'm like, I get like overwhelmed by imposter syndrome, and I'm like, I feel like I made that up, but I swear to you, it happened. We had a good laugh about that later. The guy who was working in the pit, I was a buddy with, and he didn't hear this whole exchange. But after she left, I was like, dude, come up here. Because we were slow. He comes up. I was like, I gotta tell you about this. Basically, I only take my blood pressure medication when I stub my toe. Yep. Yep. You see, when I stub my toe, my heart rate goes up, and therefore, that's the perfect time to take it. Good lord. Anyways, sorry. Sorry for that interrupt. Let's get back to sovereign citizen bullshit. and then we'll get to the court case.
But there is trouble brewing in the gallery.
Your choice is take the hat off or step outside.
The judge asked this man, Bo Davis, to remove his hat or leave. Otherwise, he could be charged with contempt of court. But Davis refuses.
So I have force threatened to...
Hang on a second.
Court.
I want to freeze on this face. This is confused, privileged white man face. This is male Karen face. This is, how dare you talk to me that way? Don't you realize that I'm not one of them face? The goatee of whiteness. Yeah. The sad thing is, and this is why whenever somebody talks like, fucking juggalos are, the dude definitely says the N-word. Oh yeah, he listens to hip hop and he makes sure to say the N-word when he's listening to hip hop. He thinks he has an Edward pass. Dress codes are dumb in courts, in my opinion. I agree. By the way, good to see you, Simon Akra. I agree. Yeah, like this whole thing is stupid. But like, there's fighting to change the rule, and then there's just being like, I know the rule's in place and I just don't give a shit. So until you change that rule, maybe abide by it. Because the alternative is you're not going to be fighting the system from inside a jail cell. It's one of those things that, like, there's not going to be a lot of support behind, working to change that. I had to buy new clothes last time I had jury duty. Ugh. Yeah. I'm a man that hates dressing up. I have a suit. It fits me depending on the time. It varies. Sometimes my pants are super loose. Sometimes they fit. But I was not the healthiest when I got measured for it. So yeah, I don't like wearing my suit. Jury duty, just tell him you're a communist. Problem solved. Yep, true. This guy has worn out glass packs on his truck that he revs up every time he starts it. Yeah.
But Davis refuses.
So I have force threatened upon me if I were to wear a hat.
Davis and some others seated around him are associated with a New Hampshire-based anti-government movement. They're here to support a fellow member who's the defendant in a, quote, right to travel case that's in recess.
Meaning he didn't have a, he was driving without a license. That's what, when I, how I talked about how they try to use the defense, they weren't driving, they were traveling. That's what this is.
These so-called sovereign citizens claim to be pushing back against what they consider overreach in the criminal justice system. And they're not afraid to get vocal about it.
Yeah, big room.
I think you misunderstood. It's the judge's authority when he comes back. If at that point he says he's in contempt, then you have the authority.
It would not have been an issue had you...
Yeah,
your choice
that's
is
true,
take the hat off. I'm trying to be as nice as I can. I can't be making threats.
After more back and forth with Davis and relentless commentary from others in the gallery,
what's the matter with you guys, huh?
The bailiff is finally done discussing the matter.
Now, watch his tact here. Watch his tact here, because this is a sovereign citizen move too. And it looks like something a child would do.
Stand up, please. Sir, treat others as you would wish to please. I'm being nice. Well, I'm not going to assist in my own arrest. So I don't. You should take your hands off that man. Please stand up.
A second bailiff comes to help escort Davis out, but again he refuses to stand.
I'm not going to assist in my own arrest. I'm not asking you to assist him. Please do not hurt him.
Instead of dragging Davis out of the courtroom, the bailiffs use a wheelchair.
Could just leave people alone, you know.
As Davis is wheeled out, the group
See, because
continues to insult the
not to have
bailers.
his butt crack show on stream because it was. Because if he's trying to choose the the smart ground in between assisting in his own arrest and resisting arrest. He knows that if he resists arrest, he can get that charge on him. So he doesn't assist in the arrest and pretends like he has some say in the matter. And they're like, no. We're a police state, dude. What about this do you not understand?
They were considered like a real job when we're on these violence against people.
We really do.
Despite their protests, the court has authority to make rules about conduct in the courtroom. So a short time later, the judge returned to the courtroom and sentenced Bo Davis to 5 days in jail for contempt of court.
I didn't know you were going to take my picture. I got a haircut.
Good one. I'm glad you can make jokes.
Meet the man in the fur cap, 21-year-old Robert Peterson. He's the person filming this footage as he enters the Kootenai County Courthouse in Idaho.
That has to go through the x-ray machine if you want to come in this building.
Peterson is a hearing for a minor traffic infraction, riding his bicycle at night without a light.
These people, when they get like a minor infraction, throw the biggest pussy fits you could ever imagine, and then they walk out with an extra charge. Dude, if you don't like the law, fight to change it. But in the meantime, yes, I'm sorry, you gotta abide by it in some way. You know, pay the fucking fine. It's probably like $25. Yeah, it sucks. But there's people you can talk to about it. But you don't believe you have to be subject to the law. Whoa, no. Leave that alone. Leave that alone too. Okay, yes, you can play with your toys. Robert drives a black Subaru with a spoiler and also revs it up at people. Guarantee he's a fuckboy. Oh, 100%. He's wearing the there's definitely something wrong with that guy hat, yeah. With a capital fuck.
But from the moment he steps inside the door, it's clear this won't be a typical security check.
And I'd just like to know where your warrant is.
I don't need
It's clearly posted on the entry to the building.
What? Clearly posted?
You don't need a warrant to check somebody for a safety measure. There's laws that are about trying to find criminality of somebody, and then there's safety laws that exist. These are not the same type of law. This is not illegal search and seizure. This is them saying, we have enacted this law to make sure that you do not have a gun for the safety of the people and the judge in the courtroom. Right-wingers do not understand safety laws. That is true. They don't want to follow any laws. They don't believe that you have the jurisdiction to hold them accountable for their actions. Therefore, they should just do whatever the fuck they want.
I have to forfeit my right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure.
What did I say? I predicted it. This is not illegal search and seizure, dumbass. They're not trying to find criminality in you. They're enacting a safety measure. Hey, Bubs. I'll be done in a little bit, okay? And then we'll play. Where are you going? Where are you going? Go to Mama. Go to Mama. Mama will play with you.
This building. Yeah, every person is. I'm not a person. I'm a man.
And more specifically, a free man. Peterson considers himself a sovereign citizen.
I'm not subject to your jurisdiction, and the court has already confirmed that. I'm here for one purpose,
All right. You can submit, or you
Go
can
to mama.
That's fine. I mean, I'll do that, but you will be charged a bill.
No, you
Charged a bill? Rather than escalating the situation, one of the bailiffs decides to play along.
You will be served a bill. I don't have any weapons. I didn't come here to raise a ruckus.
Well, you got to prove that, buddy, because people do show up to the court with weapons, and they aren't. If they're going to show up with a gun, they're not going to be like, "I have a gun," before they walk through a metal detector. Because the goal is to get it into the courtroom. Oh boy. This bullshit again. I really need a YouTube mod.
Eli!
Why is it that I can't oh, I forgot how that works. Report, pornography, report. Okay. And hide this user on channel. Okay. Eli, no. Stop.
Eli.
Alright. Anyways, there, I took care of that.
After clearing security, Peterson finds a seat at the rear of the courtroom and continues filming.
So there are cameras in the courtroom.
Excuse me?
There are no cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah, there is.
No, you have to put that away.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Under what
You literally do. You literally do.
authority?
You have to have a court order from a judge before you can have a camera in the courtroom.
Yep.
Okay,
that is
well,
true.
I'm
Depends
gonna
on
capture
state by state, but yes.
this on video.
You gotta turn it off.
It's for both of our protection.
Well, you have to turn it off.
No, thank you.
Enter bailiff number 2.
Shut the camera off now.
No, thank you. I do not consent to you touching me or seizing my property, so you need to back up.
Tough shit, dude. Keep voting for right wingers. Keep voting to expand the power of police, dude. Because I know you do. You just thought it was only gonna hurt the black people.
Camera off now. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, you are.
I'm holding you accountable because you're about to overstep your bounds.
Uh-huh.
The bailiffs
They're
then
not.
decide to clear the courtroom and question Peterson directly.
That's how the law works, bud.
I don't have a last name.
You don't have a last name?
No.
What's your first name?
I don't have a first name either. I've got a name. My name is Robert. You can call me Robert.
As you can see, this bailiff keeps his sense of humor about the situation.
What are you? Are you human?
I'm a man.
You're human?
I'm a man, yes.
Can I see your Idaho state license?
No.
My favorite saying that sovereign citizens use is when they start shouting how they are not a citizen. I am a man on the range. I am a free man on the range. It's like, that doesn't mean anything, dude. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. What?
I don't have one.
You don't have one?
My person does, but I don't.
With the situation seemingly diffused, the bailiffs usher everyone back into the courtroom. Well, except for one person.
Okay, excuse me.
Camera.
Excuse me. You're blocking my freedom of movement.
I am.
All right. Well, Pete Barnes,
I know.
you just admitted to me that you're violating my rights.
No,
Nope.
I'm not. You can't come in with the camera.
Well, you're violating my rights. And this is also freedom of the
People out
press.
from behind you.
This is also freedom of the press. I mean, I don't know what the hell law book you're reading, man, but it does.
Then challenge it with the Supreme Court. Dude, there's a process to this. Look, I get not liking it. There's a process to this. I'm a complex idea with thumbs, yes. I do not understand. I do not stand under. Yeah. That's the type of speak that they do.
doesn't apply to me. Why are you worried about cameras? Because you want to do something wrong? Because you want to do something wrong? Because if it's against the rules, that means it's because somebody intends on wronging somebody else. Because they're afraid of being held accountable. P. Barnes.
Not, technically not true, because most court proceedings these days are also filmed. So, and publicly available too. They just don't want you to have it, because there's a lot of states that make honestly, a pretty decent case, you know, I'm looking at you, Project Veritas, for people who like to manipulate video to to push a narrative that did not exist in reality. Yeah. It's one of those things where I'm like, you know, I'm fully for not making it illegal to record the cops, but so long as video within a courtroom is public record, I'm okay with banning them from courtrooms. Not to mention the fact that you could be live streaming it and use that to sway public opinion, which public opinion is a difficult thing to keep out of large court cases. Are we really going to make every single court case about that? It's a bad idea. It's going to make things shitty.
Nice speech, but you're still not coming in.
Well, please step aside. I'm going in.
No, you're not going in.
Don't touch me.
You're not going in, sir.
Let the record show that you just battered me.
Step back.
And you're using...
Step back.
After Peterson refuses to step back, Chief Bailiff Pete Barnes fires his taser.
And you're using...
You got more patience than a black dude got.
Stop, please.
Whatever get.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
They told you actually are.
You guys are really overstepping your bounds right now.
Hey, Sas, good to see you.
Put the cuss on. What are you arresting me for?
The answer to that question? Peterson's charged with 3 counts of battery and 1 count of contempt of court. He would later enter...
Let's remember what he originally showed up for. It was a minor thing where he would pay a small fine for riding a bike without a light on in the middle of night.
Big whoop, wanna fight about it?
Yaruli83 gifted a tier 1 sub to Only Got. They have given 20 gift subs in the channel.
Jara, thank you for gifting a sub to all these Zots. Appreciate that. Yeah, so Zots, we're going to be talking about the Daryl Brooks trial. The trial of the like, I don't usually cover trials, but he's a sovereign citizen. He's the guy who drove through that Christmas parade last year. You should know all about this. You're in Wisconsin.
Big whoop, wanna fight about it?
Lord Fright has gifted a tier 1 sub to the Little Proletariat. They have given 365 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, that guy. Lord, thank you for gifting a sub to the Little Proletariat. Appreciate you. Look at that. We're apparently close to a hype train. Just kind of throwing that out there. But yeah, it gets me to show like fucking sovereign citizen fail compilations, because God, they're stupid.
An Alford plea, meaning he didn't admit to committing a crime, but acknowledged there was likely enough evidence to convict him. Jail time was waived as part of the plea deal, and he was ordered to pay a fine for his original charge of riding a bike at night without a light.
Keisha Johnson.
Now to Louisville, Kentucky, and the Jefferson County District Court. An arraignment hearing is underway for 18-year-old Keisha Johnson, who's charged with possession of marijuana, drug paraphernalia, and tampering with physical evidence.
Come on up here, ma'am.
I'll let you stand here.
When called upon, Johnson decides to address...
See, this is the thing that always sucks about covering these things too. It's like, none of those things should be against law. Again, there's a process, and I don't agree with her being arrested or anything like that, of course. It's a bigger problem that needs to be addressed on a bigger level. Now, she has our goodwill here. She has our goodwill here where we go, oh, you know, she was taken for weed. God, that's stupid. That's awful. That shouldn't be a thing. And the tampering with evidence charge, what? Like, because she was trying to hide the fact that she was smoking weed, a thing that should be legal. Now watch her piss away all that goodwill by being absolutely annoying. Just awful.
The judge, Sean Delahanty, from the back of the court.
Oh yeah, definitely, Gyro.
No, you stand at this podium.
The rare woman sovereign citizen. And the fact that she's also black is just like, wow, you are a unicorn in the wild.
Can't come up here. We can't record your back.
You guys operating under?
The laws of the state of Kentucky.
Oh, yes. As in, like, amity laws, common laws, that sort of.
Come up here and stand at this podium. I have to get you on the record so that we can see you with your argument.
Okay, well, on the record, I reserve my right to start crossing this bench.
Johnson's refusing to cooperate because she's part of a sovereign citizens movement, which rejects institutions and believe they aren't bound by the country's laws.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I really don't want...
Zotz, you've not heard of sovereign citizens?
Come here, Eli.
Are you serious? Zotz, are you serious? You never heard of sovereign citizens? They are insufferable. They are the worst. They literally don't believe the laws apply to them because they base everything off of the Federalist Papers and think that our law system is Admiralty maritime law that they do not recognize. No, it never works. It never works. All it does is like slow down the court system. They are insufferable. They are annoying as hell. They try to use all sorts of mind trickery that they think is way smarter than it actually is. Like, I'll explain this again. I brought this up a couple times. They're often in court because they were driving without a license, because they don't recognize the authority of having to get a license as part of the state, because and they also try to use the definition that they were not driving, therefore they did not need a driver's license. They were traveling and happened to be operating the vehicle. It's shit like that. Or, I did not consent to having this name, and my name is the same as this name except for this name that is something that is illegal for you to force me into, is not my name, and I therefore cannot be held accountable by these laws. Yeah, I'm the individual, I'm not a person. And the reason why they think that works is the name on your birth certificate and your name on your social security card are spelled in all capital letters. And they say that that is not them, because their name is not spelled in all capital letters. And they think that that gets them away from the law. You'll be surprised to hear it never does. Imagine having experienced the beauty of 6 straight hours of sovereign citizen videos, like watching Breaking Bad for the first time. Kinda, yeah. Eli wilding out. Yeah, he is. With the slinky dog. I'm actually glad he's playing with that too. His grandma bought that for him. My mom got that for him, and we were kind of bummed that he wouldn't play with it. Now he's playing with it, so cool. Thing that sucks, it's very loud. I'm just kind of dealing with it. If there's gold fringe on the U.S. flag, that makes it a maritime court, which doesn't apply to them. Oh, I forgot about that one. There's so much bullshit. There's so much bullshit. They claim to not be citizens of the U.S. Because they didn't consent to being that. They are a free man on the range and reject their citizenship. They are like They are the boss mode of ANCAPs. They're usually white. They're usually dudes. And here's the one instance. Like I said, this is a unicorn in the wild. And you'll see how this is related to the Darryl Brooks thing. Because he's a sovereign citizen. Don't they only write in red ink or something too? I don't know about that. I do... if that is the case, it probably has something to do with the fact that red ink is... it doesn't pick up on a lot of optic scanners. There's this... back when paper medical billing was a thing, you would issue addendums and corrections that weren't necessary by law in order to by the weren't necessary to be like recorded in red ink because it wouldn't scan over. Like say if you were making a note to remember to add a thing, and you could only black or blue ink would be used, but legally you could only use black ink, otherwise your file claim would be, yeah, you guessed it, rejected. Yeah. So black ink is the most legal ink, and red ink is not picked up by optical scanners. So that's a whole thing. It wouldn't surprise me if that was a thing that they did. There's actually some like science behind that though. They also do their sovereign citizen shit in other countries. Also, Canada also has sovereign citizens. That doesn't surprise me. Stupidity spreads like a plague.
To create some big scene. Hang on a second. I do not want to lock you up, but I may very well have to. I need for you to come up here and stand at this podium.
Click on Little Proletariat's link.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You have to come up here and stand at this podium.
As the bizarre scene plays out, there's another disruption in the back of the courtroom when a bailiff tells 36-year-old Jenna Vondran to stop filming on her cell phone.
Show me the law. Show me the law.
In Kentucky, judges are given broad discretion on allowing filming in their courtrooms.
This is my property. Show me the law.
All right.
Show me the law.
Chris.
Show me the
In Michigan, we're not even allowed to enter the court building with a cell phone. Like, you have to leave it in your car. In order to like pass the metal detector and go into the courtroom. It's really goddamn annoying. But yeah, that's true. Like anytime I've had to go to the courtroom, I have to leave my phone in the car, which like shows me just how much I use my cell phone when because you're stuck there for a long time and it's really boring. And you're just kind of sitting there waiting for whatever you need to do, like if you're paying a fine or anything. Well, I mean, like I said, I actually agree with that because court proceedings are always filmed by the court and are public record. Eli, no. Hey, no. You know you're not supposed to mess with those. Hey, no. You damaged my guitars too much. You've hurt my guitars. They're sad. They're sad and they're upset with you. Because you hurt them. Nope, doing that is not going to make it any better. You are not allowed to touch my guitars. You've lost that chance. No. Get up. Get up. It's not a game. This isn't a game. You want to go in timeout? No. What did I tell you? No. Get off the floor. Get off the floor. Stand up. You're not assisting in your own arrest. I understand that. Come on. No. Eli, stop. Eli, stop. I'm very busy. Okay. All right. You're up and you're walking. No. 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 I'll play with you later. You're just throwing yourself on the floor. That's not gonna work. I know what you did. When has that ever worked? Ooh. I can see the poop in his booty crack. Yeah, dog. Yeah. Yeah, you're derailing the stream. Are you happy about that? You're derailing the stream. You go play. Hey, leave that alone too. No. 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 You'll knock it over. Eli. Okay. You don't have a warrant for this. Doesn't recognize your authority, yeah. He's doing the wonderful thing that a toddler does now, where he throws himself on the floor to gain your sympathy, and then he refuses to get up, so you have to pick him up. He thought laying on the ground and grabbing on my guitars was going to pass.
Eli!
Parenting is fun. It's great. Everyone should do it. I recommend it. My sanity is perfectly intact. Yeah, I know, Jaru, I know.
Stop it!
Alright, let's just get back to the video.
Go ahead and lock her up. Go ahead and take her into custody.
Watch as the judge looks down and presses his panic button to summon additional deputies to the courtroom.
What are you doing, sir? You have no right.
You sit over there, nothing wrong.
You have no right. No right for that.
Yeah, I got funny story about that. Is it still in the car?
All right.
After a quick reset, the original defendant, Keisha Johnson,
probably did that.
Finally comes forward to the podium.
You're charged with possession of marijuana, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
I don't understand any of that.
All right. Well, you're charged with illegally possessing marijuana.
While the judge's attention is back with Johnson, deputies in the hallway are still trying to get control of Vondran, the woman with the cell phone.
I don't understand any of those charges.
Well, there's not a whole lot more. There's not a whole lot more I can try to explain to you.
When trying to play clueless doesn't work, Johnson goes back on the offensive.
Let's start here. Can you guys prove jurisdiction? Prove jurisdiction, because I come in under common law. Prove your jurisdiction, that you have jurisdiction over me. Prove jurisdiction. A court cannot proceed until you guys prove jurisdiction. Show me your jurisdiction. Show me your law.
All right.
Did you have fun with that, Zotz? You missed some parenting fun, by the way.
All of our laws are codified in the Kentucky Revised Statute.
Show me jurisdiction. Show me the law.
Do you live in this area? Yes. Were you picked up from this area? Yes. By these police? Yes. Okay.
Stop! I'm not playing.
You are subject to these laws. There's my jurisdiction. We drew the lines. You're subject to them.
Not a game.
You consent to them by living here because, yes, country is... that's the whole thing. Hey, David, good to see you. Love the A and B storylines in this one, how they weave together. Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay, this doesn't prove that you have jurisdiction.
Okay, so what else? Now, there's a simple way for me to prove jurisdiction to you. I'm going to ask the deputy to go ahead and take you into custody.
Under what charges? Under what charges?
You are disrupting my court. All right, we're going to pass her case to tomorrow.
You guys are being mistreated and it's wrong. Under common law, under the United States Constitution. And if they keep doing this, then let us...
That one reads like somebody sent her Sovereign Citizen videos and was like, yo, this is how you get off this charge. And she watched them and she was like, oh yeah.
Stop it.
That works.
Stop it.
What's he doing?
He keeps screaming, get up.
Yeah, okay. Didn't even ask to be born. Yeah.
Keisha Johnson's arrested and charged with contempt of court. Fast forward to the next day, and she's about to face a new judge.
Keisha Johnson, 56.
This time, Johnson's represented by an attorney.
I don't know how familiar you are with this, but this
I'm
case...
familiar. Podium flipper.
Okay.
I've heard a little bit about it from
Okay.
yesterday. All right, so this is Miss Johnson. We'll note that she's in custody today. She's brought over and present.
And she'd like to make a statement to the court.
I had time to think about it, and I believe and I've learned that I need to represent myself in a respectable manner while in front of the judge.
Okay, so obviously that behavior will not be tolerated. That's why you ended up where you are.
Keisha Johnson's found guilty of contempt of court and is released from jail after serving 1 day. On her original charges, 2 were dropped, but she's found guilty of possession of marijuana, fined $185. As for Jenna Vondran, who was arrested after...
At least, like, that's a significant amount of money for most people, including myself, but at the very least, that's not a crazy amount of money. Send me $100 and I'll send you a video and some vaguely legalese papers for you to sign. That means you can do whatever you want. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I guarantee... Here's my prediction as to why she had that change of heart. While in jail, somebody asked her, you know, because she was probably still throwing a fit while on the way to the jail and then thrown in the cell, and she was probably shouting all that sovereign citizen bullshit. And like, I'm sure there were several prisoners who were like, yo, that doesn't work. Everything that you just said is not true. Like, no, don't do that. Some of us have tried that. And we learned a little bit more, and it turns out all the things that they told you in those videos, not true at all. Not true at all. You're only making things worse for you. That said, you know, weed charges, so.
They're filming in the courtroom.
All right. Go ahead and lock her up.
She's found guilty of disorderly conduct and serves 1 day in jail.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam.
All right.
Subscribe to A&E to never...
All right. So, yeah. Sovereign citizens. Just... a pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. Sana Kalido de Rana. I'm confused. You don't even get in that much trouble for being fucking annoying in court. I mean, you go to jail, and you have to pay the fine for that. Like that last guy, he probably only had to pay like a $25 fine for traveling on a bicycle without a light. And instead he spent the night in jail because he's a dumbass. And he threw a pissy fit over a minor, a fucking, what, a misdemeanor? Not even? Like, what's less than a misdemeanor? I'm trying to remember. Like, it's on the tip of my tongue. Tased and in jail. Yeah, that dude got tased and taken to jail. All because he tried to get out of what I guarantee amounted to a $25 ticket. And by the way, riding a bike with a light is for your safety. so you don't get hit by a car. It's so you can see and they can see you. So not only does he fail the legal test, yeah, traffic violation. And not only does it fail the legal test, it also fails the common sense test. Like, these people are Dunning-Kruger as human beings. Which brings us back to Darrell Brooks. Darrell Brooks, because he's a sovereign citizen, in his murder case, / also attempted murder case, because he drove through a crowd at a parade for Christmas and killed 3 people and injured 60 others, decided to represent himself and to use the same sovereign citizen bullshit that we showed you. You'll be surprised to hear he's not a lawyer. During his literal murder case, where he even calls on witnesses, including family members of the people he killed, and some of the people he injured with his vehicle, who all witnessed him do it. When Glam told me he was a sovereign citizen and chose to represent himself, that was the moment that I was like, oh, we are going to have some fucking fun here. So she sent me a collection of clips from the court case. There's a bunch of people covering it.
Eli, just knock it off. Put it down.
I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game. I don't take this as a game. That's what nobody. You don't gotta explain nothing to me.
Put it down.
That's what you don't understand. You think that this is a whole game to me. This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke. That's what y'all don't understand.
But
and it's unfair. It's unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a joke.
What type of statement is that? Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think.
Maybe you should have hired a lawyer. The problem is you, dude. You seem to not be taking this seriously because you were like, I have a brilliant idea. I will represent myself and try to say all the shit that, you know, I thought would get me out of minor traffic violations, and in fact does not. Even lawyers hire a lawyer to represent them in court. Yes, there's a saying among lawyers that a client that chooses to represent himself has a moron for a client.
It's funny whatsoever.
So I think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show some respect.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in recess.
No, you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
I believe.
Good Lord. How you feel about that, bud? How's here, we're gonna do this a different way. So that I can keep the same window and not have to keep adjusting the volume. Hold up. What? Where's the sound? TikTok.
Just and you're
far from an idiot.
They're your witnesses, sir. If you believe.
So I'm gonna start asking every witness up here that they seem just to mysteriously now not have any cross for it. Have they been coached to answer the way they answer? Because
well, you can't ask that, but you can ask them if they've met with anyone ahead of their testimony here today, which you've done with other witnesses.
I find it very funny that these are their reports, and now all of a sudden you can. Oh, I saw the person in the car. Oh, but
Brooks,
I saw them reach for something. Oh, I don't recall what they had on.
Mr. Brooks, there's no purpose for you saying this right now.
Don't know what they had on. I find that very.
I'm having the jury brought out. I'm instructing you to avoid the commentary when the jury comes out, or you will forfeit your right to be present.
You.
Keep in mind, he was arrested on site. Because there were news crews too, so they know it was his car. There are several eyewitnesses who acknowledged that it was him behind the wheel. It doesn't matter if they can remember what you were wearing. You were inside of a car. You were inside of a car. You might have had like slightly tinted windows, so they couldn't tell what color it was, but they knew it was you. Dude, you were arrested on site.
Eli, come here. Eli.
Hey. Eli, your mom called you. Go to her.
Eli, come here.
He's a 2-year-old. Remember that. Eli, no. 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 Leave those alone. Eli. No. No. Sit and be good. Watch TV. Sit and watch TV. Be good. You need to start listening. Ugh. Sorry about that. He drove back to his house. Oh, I thought he was arrested on site. Still, you know, with all those cameras there and all those people there, you don't think any of them took down your license plate? You don't think any of them saw that it was you behind the wheel? Yeah, he's right back there. Eli! Anyways.
Pick up potential as to a witness by the name of Ava Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court with a copy.
So that had to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how it said. You want to run the record back?
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one ear that work, and I heard that.
This is to benefit you so that you understand
Ain't none
your
of this to benefit me. So let's
has
be clear
a prior record.
Having you both having evidence, it is to benefit you. It's so that you can also see what is being provided into record. Would you rather they just provide it and you not know what it is and not be able to view it? Because then your argument would be, I was not able to view this. Oh wow, you always forget that in The Simpsons, the first season, that Smithers was black. Still no idea why they changed that. Maybe they thought that Mr. Burns wouldn't hire a black person as a citizen, which makes sense. Brooks was arrested the night of the attack, soon after telling a Waukesha resident that he was homeless and waiting for an Uber. The man was unaware of the events that had occurred and permitted Brooks briefly inside his home, giving him a sandwich and slippers, but asked him to leave when police pulled up. Brooks left without incident. Yeah, that'll do it.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the alleged record of ableist.
He's taking issue with the fact that the prosecutor raised her voice when talking to him. She's probably annoyed by him. I'm sorry. There's no like you had an attitude like exemption in court cases. This guy literally killed people and he's acting like a preschooler upon being held accountable for literal murder. Yep. In other words, he's a right-winger.
No. Eli.
Oh, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value, return the value.
I said no.
Document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what...
Sorry about that.
I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor, I believe he has 7 prior criminal convictions. OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
That'll help you, dude. You know that one of the people that you desperately need to be like somewhat on your side is the judge, right? All right, so this is the third one. I need to keep track of these. All right.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, to the stand. The defense would like to call the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, to the stand.
What? You would like to call the state of Wisconsin to the stand? What is this country coming to when a man can't even act like an asshole in court while representing himself? Yeah, seriously.
Object. The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant. And you haven't named a person to go along with it.
The subpoena was accepted, Your Honor.
I'll take the issue up outside the presence of the jury if necessary. Call your next witness, please.
Well, I would like to make an oral tennis motion to dismiss.
Bro, do you have a paperback version of the Bible on your desk during your court proceeding? Why? What? Why do you have a paperback version of the Bible on your desk during a court proceeding? What do you think that's going to do? How do you think that's going to help you in a murder trial? Remember, this guy killed people. Maybe he thought he needed, in case he had to testify. case you forgot how to pray. That's a lot of cheese. You're gonna need a bigger stand. Yeah. Because that's the only law he recognizes. Yeah, probably.
Miss for failure to appear by the plaintiff and for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further while the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next.
See, that's the legal fuckery that they like to do, that they think is going to allow them to get away with, you know, what they did. Yeah, you're in the state. I'm sorry, but artificial lines cannot speak. I know it's crazy to suggest this, but dude, you're not going to get the governor at the very, like, who are you naming? The entire fucking state? Like everyone in it? Are you trying to question the land?
Eli!
Does the land speak to you? Is the land talking to you right now? He asked every witness if they've met the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin. Oh God. I do know one of the things Glam told me about is like he asks the same question like a bunch of times, even though they keep answering it like yes. And he keeps expecting them to like change their answer, and the witnesses are just like, yeah, no, I answered that already. Yes. Why do you keep asking me that? Is the land in the room with us right now? Well, I mean, it would have to be, right?
Record of ableist.
Stop talking.
Record of ableist.
Stop talking.
Oh man, like I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I set the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor, I believe he has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003.
So what she was referencing with the sending him to another courtroom is they actually set up an empty courtroom to send him to so that they could go along with the proceedings without him interrupting. I think he still is like provided like a video of what's going on in the court, so he knows, you know, what's, you know, how to respond to things. But like, just shut up, dude. Shut up. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday every single day in a courtroom. Are you kidding me?
Criminal trespass to dwelling.
This is him glaring at the judge again. This is him staring at the judge again. So how many was that? So 1, 2. I hate how TikTok labels their links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's right.
That not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, for doing.
Come here.
Well, at the start of this, I'm like, you know, what does this have to do with anything regarding him having children? And then, bro, kids, dude, kids. What?
Doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So
what a shock.
If there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because that's a lie.
Your objection has to be on a specific legal argument. You cannot just object because you don't like hearing something. You'll be like, hey, that's not very nice. Yeah, he's a libertarian.
At the end of the day,
Let him finish,
if we gonna open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can
loud,
open the door on how old she told me
disrespectful,
she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask that question
He is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
that's not. I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois.
All right, well, you have to propose an actual objection for the judge to rule on. You literally just can't say, no, that's not right. On what grounds is it not correct? This is why you hire a lawyer. This is why you hire a lawyer, and you shut the fuck up. You're making things way worse for you. You can't armchair lawyer your way out of this and pretend like your sovereign citizen beliefs are going to magically cure you of murdering people. Yeah, that's how that works. Objection, hearsay. Good to see you, Noise.
Versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he can show it is inadmissible, she will not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess. 1 hour.
Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you...
Dude, you were given the same evidence. They have to present the evidence evenly to both of you. You knew this was coming. You're just too stupid to see it. Did you think shouting over them? He tries objection hearsay at one point about a cop talking about the report he wrote. Good lord.
Know so much. Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
Did you think it was kind of weird that her parents were like, no, she's not? Libertarians are fun. So here, it was the fifth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The same one. Okay.
Brooks was just kicked out of the courtroom.
Not finna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
Mr. Brooks, please stop.
No, there ain't no please.
You are
nothing.
being disruptive.
Ain't
You
no
are being
please,
disrespectful.
You always
The
gonna
witness
find
may
some
step
reason to
down.
say somebody's being disruptive because they want.
Yes, it's because you're literally doing the act of that. Are you like I said, I have plenty of issues with our justice system, but sometimes you have to work within the rules of that system in order to not get royally fucked. Just burying himself deeper and prolonging this whole thing, making a spectacle of himself. Makes for good entertainment on here, but I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
The truth to be out there, man. Quit it. You supposed to be the
Mr.
judge.
Brooks, I'm advising you that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be present
and
in this courtroom.
under what law and
during
fact can you do that?
Illinois versus Allen.
Okay,
sir.
but the fourth option that you made up, that's not even in the law?
Mr.
Because
Brooks,
you can't do that.
I need to make a
By law, you
ruling.
can't do that.
I need to
And
make
you
a
know you
finding.
can't.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom. He will continue in the neighboring courtroom. Please make sure he has his objection signed and a pad of paper.
So is that
he can
so is that holding me in
meaningfully
contempt?
participate, and I will make a
No, it's not.
ruling when I.
Daryl Brooks.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna see if I can find a video on this to play while I pee, because like I usually am able to hold for a while and forget that I have to pee, but like I really gotta go. Let's see here. What's a good video?
When I'm confident
All right,
that
I'll be right back.
the evidence will show. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. When I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional.
Daryl Brooks makes his opening statement to the jury, breaking down after clashing with Judge Doro and prosecutors. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. Brooks, of course, chose to represent himself. He says that he is a sovereign citizen and isn't subject to the laws of the state of Wisconsin. He is facing more than 60 counts, accused of killing 6 people by driving his vehicle into the Waukesha Christmas parade in Wisconsin last November. Now, through his questioning of the state's witnesses, Daryl Brooks seemed to suggest that he may not have been the person driving the red SUV that day, but during his opening statement, he practically conceded that point that he was the driver.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well-prepared speech, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always 2 sides to every story. And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. And I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times, and finally everyone getting a chance to get the full story. You won't hear me try to argue facts. The fact is that this incident was tragic, very tragic. That's not lost on me. Facts are that there's still a lot of people healing, a lot of families healing on both sides.
Brooks then went on to tell the jury that what happened that day was neither intentional nor planned.
I think is it's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions. I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. And I think in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin. There's been a lot of suffering involved in this incident. A lot. Obviously, with the families, with the community, and even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering. A lot of misunderstanding. And I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind. The power that you have.
Darrell Brooks, throughout the trial, when questioned by the judge about it, has been adamant about wanting to call 13 witnesses. The number 13 seemed to be very important to him. Well, his first witness that he tried to call was the state of Wisconsin. He has repeatedly asked people about the plaintiff in the case and about the state of Wisconsin. So Darrell Brooks says he's a sovereign citizen. He's not subject to the laws of the United States or the state of Wisconsin. So he tried to call the state of Wisconsin as his first witness.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff state of Wisconsin to the stand.
Your Honor, I object. The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant. And you haven't named a person to go along with it.
The subpoena was accepted, Your Honor.
I'll take the issue up outside the presence of the jury if necessary. Call your next witness, please.
Well, I would like to make an oral tennis motion to dismiss for failure to appear by the plaintiff and for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further while the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next witness, please.
Brooks's second witness was a man named Nicholas Kirby. He's actually a friend of Erica Patterson, who is Darrell Brooks's ex-girlfriend. And you'll recall that Erica Patterson had an argument with Darrell Brooks before he drove into the Christmas parade, and she said that he even slapped her. So Kirby said that Patterson called him that day for help.
Let's back up a little bit because that doesn't make sense. You stated that you had a description of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The question was, how did you how did you learn of the description of the vehicle at that point?
Ms. Patterson told me over the phone that she was in a red SUV. There aren't many red SUVs with young women screaming for help in Waukesha.
Now, Daryl Brooks has made a big deal in questioning witnesses about whether or not they heard a horn honking that day. So he questioned his second witness, Heather Reamer, about whether or not she heard that horn.
Did you, at any time during the commotion when you and your family were at the parade, do you recall seeing anything that drew your attention in any way?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was that you saw?
A red Ford SUV driving through faster than all the other cars in the parade.
And what did you observe this vehicle doing at the time that it caught your attention?
It was honking. Well, I heard honking. I'm not positive if it was the red SUV or another car. 13.
Did you notice any other vehicles around the vehicle you saw, following the vehicle you saw?
Following, no. It passed a float that had a vehicle in the parade. So it was by another vehicle, yes.
And it was passing the other vehicle you're referring
Yes.
to, correct? And you stated a reference to honking. In your opinion, strictly your opinion, why would a vehicle honk its horn?
To alert somebody.
Then on cross-examination, the prosecution made a pretty good point about what side of the road Brooks was actually driving on that day.
You saw Daryl Brooks driving that red SUV in front of that gas station, is that correct?
Objection.
At that time, I didn't know.
Called that name, and it's speculative.
Overruled, you may answer.
At that time, I didn't know his name, but yes.
But now that you see him sitting in court today,
Yes.
that's the guy.
Yes.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the record will reflect the identification of the defendant as the driver of the red SUV she saw as depicted in this exhibit.
Thank you. May we please display for everybody exhibit number 15, which has also previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in, please, on the intersection of Main Street and Northeast Avenue?
Objection. Relevancy.
I presume the question will provide the relevance, so go ahead.
Thank you. You were sitting in front of the Historical Society, you testified?
Yes.
And do you recognize this map in front of you?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I don't.
Okay. Would the Historical Society be near this intersection that I'm circling, East and Main?
Yes.
Okay, we can please remove that annotation, Madam Clerk. When you saw the red SUV drive by, you testified you could not see the driver, correct?
Correct.
Because it was going so fast?
Yes.
Did you ever see that SUV come to a stop at any point on Main Street?
No.
In fact, did you see it accelerate as it traveled towards more people?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Sound like you was going to say sustain.
And then I remembered you had called the witness, not the state. So cross-examination is appropriate. Fair enough, though. Next question.
Did we get an answer on that?
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Now, Friday morning, before court started, Daryl Brooks actually told the judge that he'd like to add another witness to his list. He wants to subpoena his mother.
Okay. The legal issue is this. Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff, when he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
because
fine.
She's
That's
willing,
how we'll
she's
address
willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something we needed to address this
It needs
right
to be
away,
addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break. All right, so
Will I be?
you're
because
putting
I have-
you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
Yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena
The subpoena for whom?
for my mother. But I would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know what phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're referring to a
phone
jail
call
phone
from-
call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time we'll have her brought, we'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request.
Will I be
In
able
terms of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
That's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
Well, I can't give you advice on that,
I'm
sir.
not trying to ask for advice. I was is that
That's
legal for
asking
me to
me
subpoena?
for, I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney, and you will need to figure that out.
The interesting thing about Daryl Brooks wanting to call his mother is because she's been on TV in Milwaukee, on Milwaukee television stations, basically saying that she knew from the time that Daryl Brooks was a child, 6 years old or so, that there was just something not right about him. And she said that she would never recommend him representing himself and that she doesn't watch the trial. So we will see if he indeed gets to call his mother as a witness. And that's it for this edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. It is produced by Logan Harris and Sam Goldberg. Bobby Zoki is our YouTube manager. Alyssa Fisher handles our bookings, and Kiara Bronson does our social media. You can download and listen to Sidebar on Apple, Spotify, Google, and wherever else you get your podcasts. You can also watch it on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we'll see you next time.
All right, I'm back. Dude wanted to call his mom, you know. Yeah, that was definitely a cliffhanger. Did they have the next did they cover it anymore, I wonder? All right. Now, remember how respectful he was acting at that point before we get back to, you know, this other stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 8, I think. Oh, hey, Sea Bunny, it's good to see you.
Get-go with the question, how am I supposed to understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question, how am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
It calls for
I don't
a
like
yes or
I don't
no.
like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks?
appreciate.
You kind of don't have to. It's a bummer that you don't like her tone. That's a judge. That, yeah. I feel like you have a little bit of an attitude with me right now. I need you to dial that back. Otherwise, it is not properly lawful in this court. We are supposed to be nice to each other here, and that is just disrespectful. Hang on a second.
You hungry? Hey, Mom! Living the dream. Can we get some meatloaf? That. You know what? I will have some meatloaf. Let's have some meatloaf. You want some? Yes. I knew you'd go. Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf! Mom, the meatloaf! Fuck!
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one from that movie. The meatloaf! Fuck! Alright, I gotta lay him down. So I will be right back. Let me figure out what I'm gonna do here. Let's go to the
Can I listen to your heartbeat?
hang on.
Something to the effect that
Let's check this out.
It was their opinion that Mr. Brooks.
Like, let's see how he got to the point where he decided he was going to represent himself. I'll be right back.
Reasonably understood, or understood with reasonable accuracy, why the evaluators were there, the limitations of the confidentiality associated with that, that even during times during those evaluations, if he was being difficult, that he was nonetheless able to communicate with them. He was articulate. His remarks were coherent, fluid. At times, though, they were avoidant of questions asked. I would say this, my observations of Mr. Brooks and perception over the course of the proceedings throughout this case is strikingly similar to some of the commentary and observations by the evaluators, including even the angry outbursts that we've seen in court, the avoidance in his responses to questions asked.
I object to that because at the end of
I
the day,
understand, Mr. Brooks, please stop. You can object. Your objection is noted. I'm going on. This is one of the expectations that I have, is you can object. It will be noted, but you can't keep interrupting. I need to have an accurate record.
Okay.
So your objection, sir, your
You're
objection
reading
is
from
noted.
something that I haven't been privileged
This
to
is
read
a
myself.
prime example of some of the difficulty with Mr. Brooks.
I don't think you have a PhD, Your
He
Honor.
can be, in my opinion, deliberately disruptive, but nonetheless, he maintains being competent at the most basic level in order to present a defense on his behalf.
Object to that.
Now, I talked earlier about some of the case law, or at least referenced it, and I want to start with that, or I should say, start my decision, my ultimate decision at this point with the case law. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a mentally competent defendant the right to represent himself in a criminal trial, no matter how foolish that choice may seem. This is a quote from Beretta versus California, found at 422 U.S. 806. The quote is from Imani versus Pollard, and the court in that case went on to say the following: the constitutional right, quote, exists to affirm the dignity and autonomy of the accused and to allow the presentation of what may, at least occasionally, be the accused's best possible defense. That's Imani versus Pollard, quoting the McCaskill case. A judge may not deny a competent defendant's timely invocation of his right. Under Ferretta, a defendant's reason for choosing to
No more baby interruptions for the rest of the stream. Let's go.
Represent himself is immaterial. Defending pro se will almost always be foolish, but the defendant has the right to make that choice for better or for worse.
Pro per.
In Wisconsin,
Hang on. I gotta handle some business.
There was something at the house.
Yeah, it was football. He's like, yeah, I didn't mean it. I was like, yeah, that's why you don't throw towards the house. I was like, it doesn't matter whether you mean it or not. I'm like, that came really close to our window. I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with broken glass and a 2-year-old. And I'm like, I don't have money to pay for this window. This Claudia doesn't have money to pay for this window. You're going to have to pay for it. I'm like, stay on my good side. Because I don't like drama. I don't like dealing with this shit.
Right.
I'm like, so your intention doesn't matter. You throw straight. You throw towards the street. You do not throw towards the house. Anything in this direction, do not throw. I was nice because they're kids. You know, I'm not going to tell them they can't play football. Just to remember that accidents happen. Do what you need to do to lessen the likelihood that that accident's going to happen. Man, I've been having to handle some business today. This time it wasn't baby interruption. No, that wasn't a bird. Neighbor kids are playing football, and I don't mind them like using our yard, cause you know Father and neighbor kids? No, I'm setting boundaries. But yeah, there's a window right here. Well, you can see the window. It hit like down here. That was real close to the window. So I told him, because I'm not going to tell them not to play football. I'm not going to be that asshole. So I try to get along with people, and I don't like drama. So I told him, because we've talked about this before, because they hit our house before. I'm like, that, it doesn't matter whether you intended to hit the house. If you throw it in this direction and it gets away from you somehow, or somebody bobbles it, anything like that, it's going towards the house. It could hit it. Your intention isn't what matters. I'm like, I'm trying to help you. I was like, I'm trying to help you here. Because you break a window, you're paying for it. And you'll also be on my bad side. I don't want you on my bad side. You don't want to be on my bad side. We like keeping things chill. So I said, you throw straight across the yard. You throw towards the street, which, it has its own safety issues. But that's up to them. I'm like, you do not throw anywhere in this direction. That's how you minimize the likelihood that you're going to hit our house. I think that's pretty fucking fair. I think I'm being real goddamn nice. I grew up with neighbors that would flat out take the ball. Yeah. He knows I'm not an asshole. Well, he knows I'm not an asshole to his dad. Put it that way. People's opinions of me is a completely separate issue. But like I said, I told him, I'm trying to help you. I literally am. I was surprisingly calm. I kept it together. You can apologize all you want. But if you put yourself in the situation where you could do it again, whether it's an accident or not, it's likely to happen. Exactly, Sea Bunny. I always try with kids. I try to give kids a chance. I had this one kid. They used to have a basketball hoop, but their dad he accidentally ran it over with his box truck, and yeah, it's fucked now. Did that during the winter. He's like, yeah, I wasn't careful. Shit happens. So, they're playing in the street basketball. A car comes down there. Move out of the way. Well, one of those kids took offense to me going that direction. Maybe I shouldn't have gone in that direction and been nice about it, but, you ever make a mistake? I have. And I waited for them to get out of the street. I was, I didn't yell at them, didn't honk at them, nothing. They saw me coming, they moved out of the street. One of the kids decided to kick my car. And this is back when I had the previous car. He kicked my car, and it was not only that he kicked my car, he kicked it exactly where Eli's baby seat was. That's when you get angry, Mark. That's when you get dad angry. And I jumped out of my car, and I got in that kid's face. And I told him to fuck off. You know? I told him straight up. I was like, you do that again, we're going to have a big problem. I'm like, I don't care if you think my car looks like shit, because it does. I know it's a piece of shit. But do you want to know what you didn't know? I'm like, my baby is right there. My child is right there. You can be upset that I drove that way. You do not kick my car. And I remembered him because earlier that day, he was the same kid that when I was picking Eli up from the babysitters, he started running along my car and trying to scare me. So I told him flat out, I was like, I recognize you too. I was like, you want to play around with people's cars? That's how you get fucking hit. And I'm like, and doing shit like that, if I hit you, I'll get away with it. Because, hey, why were you running at my car? Why were you kicking at somebody's car while it was driving? I can say I tried to avoid him. I didn't think that he was going to run up on me. Yeah. I'm in his face the whole fucking time. And I am shouting. I am yelling. You know, Glam told me not to get out of the car. I did. And I said I would drag his ass back, you know, to his parents. I was like, if you don't want to deal with this shit, you don't ever do that again. Because I am not the person to fuck with. I am not scared of you. And, you know, he said, okay. You know, he's scared. He didn't expect me to get out and challenge him. And I knew that's exactly what I needed to do. I needed to scare him a little bit. Now, the fairer side of me went and said, okay, do I escalate this further? Or do I recognize he's just being a dumb little shit? You were a dumb little shit when you were a teenager too. And I said he's just being a dumb little shit. Came home. Neighbor comes up to me, says, hey, you know, I heard what happened with the one kid. You know, if you want, I know his parents, and I can tell you exactly where he lives. I was like, okay, yeah, tell me where they live. And he told me, and I was like, okay, I'll keep on to that if it happens again. He's like, well, you want me to go talk to them? You want to go talk to them? I was like, no. I'm like, don't push it anymore. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he knows not to do that again to me. Like, if he does, now I know where he lives. Like, seriously, I was an asshole kid. I try to give people a chance, like, you know. I feel like it's only fair. I feel like that's the nicest thing you can do for somebody, especially in a city like Flint. I could be like most white people and call the cops. Put him in the legal system. Could do that. I could be that person. But that's ridiculous. I'd much rather he have a chance to recognize that, hey, I had an outburst and it didn't go at all how it planned it to go. Give people a chance to learn. Always. Don't give up on people and just throw them away. Give people a chance to learn. That's speaking as somebody who has had a lot of people give up on him, not give him a chance. First offense, didn't recognize anything else in the situation. You did a thing, you fucked up, you're gone. You're done. What did I learn from that? I learned that people have no empathy for you. They don't give a shit. I don't try to teach that to people. He hits the house again. I will take it. And I will talk to my neighbor and I'll say, you know, if he wants it back, he's got to promise not to be playing with it at all in front of either of our houses. Like, for fuck's sake, we have a whole ass field across the street. I don't know why they don't play over there. Because it's not mowed? Shit. Sounds like a you problem. Little cul-de-sac that I lived in, we had a pretty big field right next to our house until a house was built on it. And we'd play baseball there. It's pretty long. You know, one of the neighbors, he was an older guy, he tried to keep up with it, mowed it. Solution, just don't mow your lawn. I don't even have a lawnmower. Funny enough, he's the kid that mows our lawn. Like I said, like, shit, you know. I don't want, I've said this before. You live in the hood. The best thing you can possibly do is not get involved with shit that you don't need to. You know, I'd love for there to be some sense of community, but you can't trust everybody. So you just kind of try to minimize your presence, especially in a negative light. Don't be an asshole. Assholes become targets. He's gonna mow a dick into it. If he did, I'd find that hilarious. That's probably the best part. Is like, short of actual property damage, anything he could do to me, I would probably find funny and be like, okay, now mow the rest of it, or you're not getting paid. Or like, very funny, dude. Yeah, that's actually a pretty well drawn dick. Must have took you a long time. You know what? It took you less time if you just mowed my fucking lawn. Try to be reasonable with people and understand kids make mistakes. Too many people don't do that. And that's coming from a guy with a temper. You know? I hope that's what people do. You know? And I always try to hope that that's what I can do in the moments when, you know, I'm really angry. At the very least, I'm learning how to do that. Difficult to do. But yeah, you always got to remember that they're just kids. Yeah, it actually hasn't been growing all that much. Like, our weather has been like largely cold and rainy, and then like yesterday, it got up to 75. What's it at today? I think it's a lot cooler. Oh wow, it's 74 out. We've had snow already, so our lawn stopped growing. We had rain turn into snow the other day, but it like immediately melted. Not even that warm in North Carolina. Global warming, baby. We call it Indian summer because we're racist. But yeah, I don't expect to have the lawn mowed.
Just like in Ferretta, the court recognizes his right to represent himself. What this court needs to determine is whether Mr. Brooks is making a decision competently, freely, voluntarily, what we refer to in the case law as a knowing and voluntary waiver. That is why the court went through the advisement of the charges, the penalties that Mr. Brooks faces, why it gave Mr. Brooks form CR 226, and went through that with all of the advisements here today. That's also why the court went through the advantages.
You know what the sad thing is that I just noticed about this is I guarantee that there's people who are judging him for fidgeting in his chair. Considering he's a libertarian, he probably doesn't believe he has it, but dude, you're fidgeting in that chair for the same reason that I'm bouncing. More than likely. More than likely.
Of having an attorney and the disadvantages and challenges of being one's own attorney and representing oneself.
And they're probably like, oh, that's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful of him to be in his chair. And it's like, I see it and I'm like, oh, so he probably has ADHD. You think it's bipolar? Could be. Very well could be. Some form of neurodivergence.
That the record demonstrates this court has warned Mr. Brooks about what he is getting into, the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that he may face, including on topics such as jury selection, trial objections, rules of procedure, etc. In the words of Imani versus Pollard, what this court needs to do is make sure the defendant makes the choice with eyes wide open. And that's quoting Iowa versus Tovar. I have made Mr. Brooks aware of the dangers and disadvantages of self-representation by going through not only this form, but by reviewing with him once again the charges, the penalties, the exposure that he faces. Ultimately, in the end, a competent defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself, even if the judge or anyone else thinks there may be no good reason for him to do so. I'm not saying you don't have a reason, sir. I'm frankly speaking to your mom at this point. She may not understand. Frankly, her understanding is not material. You have the constitutional right to make this choice. What's important for this court, and why I also went through some of the other biographical information, is you have a high school education. You've completed the 11th grade. You have an HSED. You are clearly literate. You've been able to communicate with the court efficiently and effectively. At times, you press the court when there is something you don't understand or believe is not going your way. But to me, that's a sign that you understand and are advocating on your behalf. Frankly, statements like I'm informed or I'm aware are the functional equivalent of you saying I understand. I cannot say that this is one of those narrow class of Mr. Brooks.
Which is my First Amendment right to be able to say what I want.
Mr. Brooks, your rights do not involve interrupting me. That's the,
I objected. I didn't
that's
interrupt.
the
I
procedure
interjected.
that we will follow. At trial,
You forfeit some rights when you're in custody. Like, you can say whatever you want, but you can't say it whenever you want. And even then, it can be stricken from the record if you say something that violates the rules of the court. I'm not super into compassion for people who do horrible things and have terrible ideologies, but the compassionate part of me just pities this guy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's like often gets like a lot of people who don't understand like my views on prison abolition. Like it gives them pause. Because they always ask me the same question. You think that everybody can be rehabilitated? And I say, no. In actuality, I believe that we should try. Everybody deserves, the chance at rehabilitation. It doesn't mean that everyone will be able to do it. But you have to try. I don't believe that there's anybody that you can just give up on. You know? I don't believe that, you know, we should see, and, you know, you can bring out whatever example you want. What about Charles Manson? Yeah, gotta try. Gotta try. It doesn't mean he's free in the process. It means you fucking try. Hey, maybe if we had a more compassionate society, he wouldn't have turned out that way in the first fucking place. People don't think about that. But, you know, we don't live in that society. We live in the everyone is competition, punish those, and throw them away. You know, some people are just born a certain way. The whole thing. Charlie says, I've never heard of that.
What's going to happen if you
I'm
continue
guessing it's
to
related.
do that is you will be admonished in front of the jury.
That's fine.
If you continue that.
That's fine.
Like I said, this is not one of the narrow class of cases in which a defendant may not be competent to represent himself because there's no evidence before the court to suggest he has a severe mental illness, which is why, of course, I looked at the NGI evaluations because that is competent, recent information before this court regarding his mental status and his understanding of what is going on.
That has no relevancy to
this
why
court
we're
has
here
been
today.
able to render the following. It is this court's opinion in finding today that Mr. Brooks understands with reasonable accuracy and is aware of the difficulties and disadvantages of self-representation, the seriousness of the charges against him, as well as the general range of penalties.
What she is doing, and that this guy does not realize, he thinks that she's lecturing him and trying to talk him out of it. What she's doing is making sure, you know, it's informed consent. You know, it's informed consent. She's informing him what goes on. You know? To just be like, hey, this is what you're at risk of. This is what's going on. You have the right to not do this at any point. Here's, you know, the reasons why you shouldn't. Here's the reasons that I have to enter into the record to show that I did the best I could to advise you against this and advise what you're looking at, what's coming up. All this is informed consent. I just read that he was arrested 3 weeks before the massacre because he hit his ex-girlfriend with the same car he used there. Cool. Oh, man.
And that he is making a deliberate choice today to waive his right to an attorney and proceed without counsel. This court further finds that Mr. Brooks is competent to proceed, whether he refers to that pro per, pro se, or simply self-represented. He reads, he writes, he understands the English language. He's been able to communicate with the court. He has no physical or psychological disability that impacts his ability to communicate with the court or to communicate a defense to the jury on his behalf. I've not been able to find on the record, and he has not advised the court of any disability, physical or psychological or otherwise, that would affect his ability to communicate with the court or to a jury. In the words of Pickens, Mr. Brooks has the minimal competence necessary to conduct his own defense. I'll further find that he understands the proceedings, the nature and seriousness of the charge, the maximum penalties that can be imposed if convicted of these offenses. He understands that a lawyer may be of assistance, understands that a lawyer may be appointed if the defendant is indigent, and understands the disadvantages of self-representation. He is voluntarily...
She already set those standards, dude. She's already said that these are the standards by which you are complying that you understand. You don't need to say the exact words, is what she's getting at. You know? The biggest thing she's doing is clearing herself of liability and getting it into the court record. Basically saying, look, I fucking tried. You know? I'll check out that trailer in a minute.
And freely waiving the
As a
right
matter
to
of
be
fact, I do not
represented by
understand.
counsel and is making a deliberate choice to proceed without counsel, and therefore the court will grant the motion to withdraw brought by Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys, and from this point forward, Mr. Brooks will proceed as his own attorney. Does the Public Defender's Office require any type of written order discharging?
No.
All right, the minutes on CCAP will be sufficient.
He looks so annoyed.
There is.
He's just like, God, this fucking moron.
The need to simply file an order under the.
I would like to call the stand
local
to the
rule,
stand.
and I'll certainly review it and sign if appropriate. Anything else you need from me today before I continue with this hearing?
From
No,
us?
from Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys.
From us, no.
All right, you may, you are discharged and certainly are excused from the remainder of this hearing.
Your Honor, can I just clarify, as to the discovery, Attorney Perry, you indicated all paper discovery have been turned over, but not the electronic discovery, correct?
Not turned over, but it will be, we'll make arrangements with the jail.
You're gonna turn over the electronic discovery? Yeah. Okay, very good, thank you.
All right, I know we have a number of outstanding issues. That documentation was provided to Mr. Brooks at the close of the hearing yesterday. Mr. Brooks, are you in a position to respond to that so that the court can address those outstanding issues today?
What are the outstanding issues?
Those are the documents that I gave you yesterday.
The ones that I already had?
I don't know whether you had them or not, but I specifically gave you all of the pleadings that had been filed from the motion to withdraw forward. That was provided to you yesterday.
So what are the issues?
Are you prepared to address them today, sir? You have two options, sir. We either address them right now, or I have to come back yet before the trial or decide all of them on the morning of trial, and I'd rather not do that.
That might be the way to go, because I don't know what issues you're referring to.
So you didn't read any of the paperwork that I gave you?
I think, Your Honor, that you should understand my position in the jail, that I'm not awarded adequate time out of my cell to get a lot of things done. There are a lot of things that I have to go through with
Mr. Brooks,
just receiving the
Mr.
paper
Brooks.
discovery.
Yeah, that's a pretty good reason why you shouldn't represent yourself. Oh man, she's not excited to handhold him through the trial, and understandably so. Like, she takes mom tones with him basically a lot. Let's check out this trailer and then I gotta get going.
I know everyone thinks we're these scary creatures who committed these horrible crimes, but we did what we had to do.
I need your help with the Manson girls over in the Special Security Unit.
Good morning, ladies. I'd like you to meet Carlene Faith.
Hi, Carlene.
What is it you can really do for them?
I just want to remind them of who they were before they ever met Charles Manson.
It's like being home again. The family before the crimes, when everything was about love.
What do we have here?
I'm Leslie. I think we should let her stay.
You're gonna be Lulu.
Oh, I remember this. That's the girl from Game of Thrones. Played Sam Tarley's girlfriend.
We don't talk
with the
about
incest
that.
baby.
Our lives started when we met Charlie.
We're all about love here. We got no secrets. We got no shame. Sometimes there has to be some death of self, changes, tears. Or are you willing to die for me?
And the Deep from The Boys. Is that who plays Charlie?
Hello. Do I know you?
Oh, it is him. I didn't realize
Charlie
that.
taught us that death and life are the same thing, so there's nothing to be afraid of.
Do you love me? Thrust and jab like you mean it. Thrust.
He's a side
jab.
character.
We wanted to believe something big was gonna happen.
So baby, run. If you care for me, we're gonna go out and we're gonna get it right.
There
Who
are
plays
real
Charlie?
victims in this prison. Maybe these women are victims too.
The time is now, man.
We did what we had to do. Right?
So baby, run and take care for me.
Let me tell you something that's like been bothering me for a minute. Like growing up a white dude, like there's like no explanation of just how many serial killers and people who are recognized as like evil, like Charles Manson and everything. There's no concentration on how each and every one of these people are also white supremacists. Like they don't tell you that as a white kid. They're like, oh yeah, he convinced these girls to kill people. Oh yeah, oh wow, that's awful. How did he get people to follow him? Oh, he was just a real charismatic guy. Yeah, he was a huge Nazi. Like I recognized that like way later in life, and then like most people who watched the Jeffrey Dahmer show, you know, on Netflix. I didn't watch it. Glam watched it. I'd peek in on it, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's God, what's her name? Niecy Nice? Is that her? I think I have the last name wrong. But you know, you recognize her. You recognize her voice more than anything. Very funny lady. You know, Reno 911, a bunch of other shit. Is it hard? I don't watch it. I probably should. I probably will at some point later on. But like like I was like, oh, it's her, you know. Funny part, me and Glam actually had an argument about whether or not it was her or not, because she likes to challenge me on stuff like that. Because she'll be like, she likes to joke around that I think all black people look alike. It's a personal joke. She doesn't actually believe that, you know. It's a whole thing. But like, she's like, that's not her. I was like, I'm telling you, it is. She's like, no, that's I forget her name. I was like, yeah, it's Niecy Nice. No, it's not her. It's not her. And I was like, all right. I was like, look it up on your phone. So I looked it up, and I'm sitting right there. She got real quiet. And she goes, oh. Yeah, that is her. I was like, I know. Anyways, but yeah, like that caught my attention. And, you know, you hear about Jeffrey Dahmer, you're like, oh yeah, he killed people, he ate people. And then, you know, you look into something like Dahmer and you're like, well, you know, obviously there's going to be some creative choices there, but then you try to fact check it and you go, oh, yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, yeah, also a huge racist, also potentially gay. Yeah, he mainly I never knew he killed mainly gay POC. Exactly. I didn't know that either. Because, like, there's always this concentration on the fact that these people are killers. And they don't talk at all about the victims. And you go, oh, why did this happen? You know, why did they do that? Well, if you're raised in a society that doesn't like to talk about race issues, well, you know, growing up in white society is like, yeah, he's a serial killer, therefore he's bad. And then, you know, the other myths about him, you know, oh, you know, he was just a very charismatic guy. That's how he was able to get away with it for so long. You know, because the cops, he was able to charm the cops. And then you watch something like that, and then you fact check it and find out, actually, it was because the cops were racist and didn't believe any of the black victims. They didn't believe any of the POC victims. None of them. They didn't follow up with it because they were like, if you were white, maybe, but you're not. And that's amazing to me. How prevalent racism is in, you know, like more reaffirming how prevalent racism is in our society in a way that you didn't previously understand. They brought one that escaped back to him. Yeah, exactly. Like they didn't believe that shit at all. They didn't at all. You want to know what triggered the me looking into Manson and finding out how much of a white supremacist he was? Also, the cops tend to dismiss POCs as just runaways, not as victims. Yep. Believe it or not, it was American Horror Story. I wasn't even watching it. Glam was watching it. I was doing something else at the time, and it was just on in the room. You know, because I was like, you know, maybe I'll watch American Horror Story one day. Right now, we're watching through American Horror Stories, like all the seasons, to either get caught up or, you know, to just check them out, because Glam missed a few seasons, stuff like that. We just finished Freak Show, but like they talked about they made it a center focus, the Charlie Manson character, who was also played by same guy who played Jeffrey Dahmer, Evan whatever his name is. And like that was like the first I'd heard of it, that he was a white supremacist. Dahmer used being gay as an excuse to the cops, and they bought it. Yeah. Because why would this respectable looking white man lie to me? To get away with murder? So it turns out that a lot of serial killers turn out to be white supremacists, because the cops don't actually take the complaints of the people that are the target of said killings seriously. Because the cops are also racist. Funny how that works. I don't know, just the thing that I think about sometimes. Anyway, as soon as I saw Manson and the women with the symbol tattoo on his forehead right after he was arrested, like I knew that he carved the swastika into his forehead, but what it was portrayed as to me is he just did it to get a rise out of people. So I was like, oh, so he's a Nazi, and they go, no, he's not a Nazi. He just did it because he's crazy and he wanted to shock people. And now I look back at that and I was like, wow. People are just willing to believe whatever shit they need to in order to avoid talking about racism, don't they? Yeah, I was a kid, so, you know. It's that whole thing. All right. My voice is going too, so it's a good time to end. I need to get an expectorant or something because I'm having trouble. But yeah, we'll be peeking in on Darryl Brooks as time goes along. But of course, I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna find somebody to raid. We didn't hit the sub goal, but you know, that's okay. Unless you guys want to help me hit the sub goal last minute, that'd be cool. Maybe we get a little bit of a scam train and do a little dance and some music. I don't know. Yeah, it's not to worry about. It's just paying bills, whatever. And once again, if you do not have the money, don't worry about it. I'm not going to share. I will always say, if you are struggling in the same, like I am struggling, do not put yourself in a worse position. Who should we raid? I see Denims, Lumi, F-Bombs, Hildy. Oh. LexiBat. We're doing LexiBat. Because this is their first stream back. I believe they took some time off because they were sick. They had some health issues. So let's show them some support. Oh, wow. That's some strong wind. Jesus, that was wild. All right. Anyways. Hey, follow me on social media. Follow me on TikTok so we can start streaming there too. Also, if you are currently a sub, why don't you copy and paste this fun little message in Alex's chat, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna spend some time together. I'm gonna make some wonderful dinner. I really need to eat. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing.